We're a couple minutes behind schedule. Let's get this started.
I'm going to be praying for them.
Okay.
I will be laying my hands.
Okay, board members. Let's hear the safety announcement, and then Danny Rindell will moderate the public speakers.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us at our board meeting here at 130 Livingston Street in Brooklyn, New York, on the ground floor. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow any audible instructions. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member. If you are instructed to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use the exit in the main lobby. In the event of a building evacuation, we will exit the front of the building and meet at the corner of Livingston Street and Court Street, landmarked by the Investors Bank. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please ask for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel to proceed to the fire warden station down the hallway next to stairwell D, where there is an evacuation chair. Fire extinguishers are located at stairwell D, just down the hall, next to the fire warden station. An automatic external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is located in the glass case marked Life Pack, down the hallway next to stairwell D. And please be advised of the following rules of conduct and decorum. The following rules of conduct and decorum shall apply to members of the public who speak at MTA board and committee meetings. The MTA reserves the right to disallow anyone who violates these rules from speaking or continuing to speak and may remove violators from the premises. Each person who wishes to speak shall register in advance, state their name and any organization represented, and identify the agenda topic on which they intend to speak. Remarks must be limited to items on the meeting agenda. Speakers shall address their remarks to the chair and shall not make personal, impertinent, insulting, or slanderous statements about any member of the MTA board or staff or about other members of the public. Speakers may not use profanity or vulgar language, threaten violence, or otherwise engage in conduct that disrupts the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any vulgar language used during this meeting will result in the termination of any comments. Each speaker shall adhere to a 2-minute time limit per person for each meeting. Time may not be transferred from one speaker to another. Members of the public must stay within the area designated for the public and may not enter the area reserved for MTA board members and staff. And speakers may not display materials promoting or opposing a political party or promoting or opposing any candidate or group of candidates for federal, state, judicial, or local government offices while speaking. Adhering to these rules will allow us to hear as many public comments as possible during the allotted time. We have 47 members of the public registered to speak today. And once again, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. We will hear 60 minutes of public comment speakers in the room, after which we will have to transition to the separate live recording session. Recorded comments will be distributed to the MTA board and posted to our board meeting webpage and YouTube channel. I would also, again, like to remind our speakers that in the interest and time of fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be Adam Schmidt, and our next speaker will be John Padula, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning. I'm Adam Schmidt, Senior Research Associate for Transportation at the Citizens Budget Commission. CBC supports the MTA's proposed fare and toll increases. Reasonable, predictable biennial increases are an appropriate way to support the MTA's operations while protecting riders and drivers from significant and unexpected price hikes. Let's be clear, these fare and toll increases are essential. Reducing them, even modestly, from their original amount does not serve the MTA's finances well. The MTA faces an operating budget gap of $345 million in 2027 and has a structural budget gap that exceeds $800 million per year. These gaps could grow if there's a recession, labor contract raises exceed 2% a year, or MTA ridership is below projections. Given this, the $350 million, or a little less now, in annual fare and toll revenue that these increases will provide is critically important. So too is the promotion of fair fares for those who struggle to afford public transit. It's also important that the MTA continue to rein in expenses and collect the revenue it's due. CBC recently estimated that the MTA lost approximately $1 billion to fare and toll evasion last year and is on track to lose $900 million this year. The MTA has made significant progress in reducing fare evasion and should continue its efforts. On the expense front, we commend the MTA on its work to find more than $500 million in recurring operating efficiencies over the past several years and look forward to continued progress. Labor should be a partner in these efforts. As the MTA negotiates with several unions representing Long Island Railroad workers and prepares to negotiate with the TWU next spring, both sides should pursue work rule changes that increase productivity and operational flexibility so the MTA can provide reliable service and fair wage increases. Raising fares and tolls is rarely popular, but these increases are necessary to ensure the MTA can provide the frequent, reliable service on which the region and our economy depend. We encourage you to approve the increases as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be John Padula, followed by Jason Anthony and Christopher D. Greif.
My left? This way? Okay. All right, good morning, folks. Welcome to Brooklyn. My name is John Padula. I am an administrator with New York City Public Schools. I'm also a member of the Advisory Committee for Transit Accessibility. For years, Access-a-Ride was the redheaded stepchild of this city, and thank God those days are gone. Gone. And that is due to the excellent work of many people and the advocacy, but I just quickly want to say, Chris, you will be missed. Your work was groundbreaking, and thank you for everything that you've done for this community. You've impacted me positively, both personally and professionally, and again, you'll be missed. And you're leaving things in great hands with Rachel. And Chris P. and Rachel Cohen are the greatest 1-2 punch since Sugar Ray Leonard in terms of Access-a-Ride leadership and what it means to this community. Board members, today you're voting on a technology upgrade that's substantial, and not to get in the weeds, but this is one of the things I'm talking about in terms of modernizing Access-a-Ride and bringing us into the modern day, and it's going to make service so much more nimble, less rigid, giving more people with disabilities real choices and reasonable autonomy. And I hope this municipality is ready to invest in this, because the service is better, and people are living longer, and life is complicated, and more people need it. But you know what? October is National Disability Employment Awareness Month, and I hope this municipality and our elected officials will figure this out. We have to find the money, and we have to invest in this community. We need to invest in our city's disabled, giving everyone reasonable access and autonomy. There's no reason why we shouldn't have the same autonomy and access to opportunity as anyone else in this city. My name is John Padula. Thank you very much. Let's go Buffalo.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Christopher D. Greif, then Gene Ryan.
Good morning, General. Good morning, Paige. And good morning, everybody. Jason Anthony, the Transit Guru. Today, all board members will vote on the fare hike. It will be a difficult choice for everybody. But naturally, all agencies are facing a fiscal cliff. Philadelphia survived it, but now we're finding out that Chicago has a $771 billion deficit. What that means that they will have to eventually eliminate their 24-hour service. What does that mean? Potential service cuts, potential even further fare hikes. And that reminds me of the 2010 service massacre that we faced. We don't want to get that all over again. But I have seen on my thousands of commutes for the past 10 years, people jumping on turnstiles it could be over or under and people not paying the fare. But what is going on? But recently, I have seen MTA police and NYPD stepping up to the game. But what about raising the fines up to a whopping $250? And that will wake up the conscience of people and reminding them, pay the fare. That's the fair option. I'll see you guys next month.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Christopher D. Greif, followed by Gene Ryan, then Jack Nierenberg.
Good morning. I'm Christopher D. Greif, ADA Accessibility President. As my fellow colleagues are saying, because today you have to make a decision of a fare, which is only going up a dime and a nickel. I can understand because Accessoride, it's very difficult to get 90 cents to get a complete change. An extra dime will make it easier for seniors and people with disabilities just to give the 3 singles, and it will go quicker. So I am not upset. I'm actually going to be thrilled because, as I'm going to say, as other states are getting cut, and thank God we're the only state here is not getting that. Yes, I can understand that, yeah, it's going up a nickel and a dime, but if we look at it right now in 2 separate areas, that we need to make clear that fare invading has got to stop, and they got to remember that walkers and wheelchairs do pay on the bus and subways, but they need to make clear when they're on the bus that other people got to remember we pay as well. They need to get on the bus. They need to get on the train. They also need to get on Accessoride, and they have to make sure we pay. And I will say this, if we have to raise the fines to remind people, pay your fare on the transportation in New York, and that's including on the railroads. I do not want to see this every time people can jump or don't show respect when a senior or a disabled person or a veteran is paying the fare at the gate and people like to push them. That is not the way we do that here. And I do want to thank our NYPD and MTA police because they're always there when they need to be there. And especially right now, this is, we in the senior and disabled community, and I will say for the accessibility community, we need to remind that pay your fare and show courtesy to your elders, the seniors, and people with disability. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Gene Ryan, followed by Jack Nierenberg, followed by Alita Dupree.
Hi, I'm Jean Ryan, President of Disabled in Action of Metropolitan New York, DIA for short. I've been riding express buses, specifically the X27 and 37 and the X28 and X38 for almost 25 years. It gives me another way to get to and from Manhattan besides Accessoride and now Uber and Lyft or the ferry. It gives me flexibility like everyone else, except it doesn't. I no longer take the bus to Manhattan because if I do, I miss appointments, meetings, and time with friends. Why? Because the drivers do not know how to move the seats and use the lift. And in the morning, the riders are often hostile. I've tried to work with transit the whole time. Many transit workers have retired or moved on, but I am still here. I got promises to cycle the lifts every week or every few days, but then I found out it was happening every month. I found out that there isn't enough room to cycle the lifts often. Are the seats cycled too? Because moving the seats is a big effort for drivers and most do not know what to do. And with the lifts, most drivers, even experienced ones, forget when to open or close the door. It's complicated. Much of the time, if I didn't know how to use the lift, I would not be getting on the bus, and people would think that there is something wrong with the lift when it's really a complicated lift and or there's lack of training. That's why I keep suggesting a simpler bus. It's not going to be in my lifetime, but it should definitely be a goal of the MTA to have a more simple express bus. Why have a bus where the seats are so difficult to move? It takes the strength of a football player. So in conclusion, there are problems with these buses, But bus design and lack of driver training are the biggest problems. Let's work together. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Jack Nierenberg, followed by Alita Dupree, then Gary Profit.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jack Nierenberg, Vice President of Passengers United. You had a big opportunity with the new fare structure to right many wrongs that were done and restore essential discounts and essential options that were taken away from us. That did not happen. I mean, to be fair, the fare capping has been made permanent. It's been expanded to the express buses. That is good. That needed to be done. However, the weekly city ticket, all the benefits from the Atlantic ticket were never restored in this proposal. And let me remind everyone, 2 years ago, you took that away from us. You took away these essential discounts, these essential benefits, the promotional subway and bus transfer, and replace it with nothing. And you had this opportunity that needs to be restored, that needs to be reconsidered. Secondly, the promotional transfer for the Queens bus network redesign, the promotional third transfer because of the changes that were made, that is set to be discontinued under this proposal, and there's no guarantee whether the additional free transfer routes will actually remedy the inequities that have been created. Access has already been cut for so many vulnerable members of the communities who rely on these buses the most. And not only is that being taken away from us, people who rely on coins are no longer going to be able to use coins. And these are people who don't have access to Omni, who don't have access to use a credit or debit card or their phone or get an Omni card, which is also being made more expensive. I guarantee you that fare evasion will ramp up, and there's going to be a main reason behind that. So I urge you all, reconsider this. Go back to the drawing board. Let's get this fixed. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Gary Profit and Veronica Trotta.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair General Lieber and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds, a broadcast from Oakland. I have some very important holidays this week. We have to do this. It's really, really important. And I thank you for the opportunities that I had to engage with you in the August public hearing series. And I sent you some correspondence, which I divided into two parts that hopefully you got to read. I'm going to be okay. People I know I'm going to be okay. I'm a disabled veteran on a fixed income, and I'm going to be okay. Thank you for cleaning up fare policy on the railroads. This will make it easier in consistency in buying my tickets and not worrying about the peak time rules. It's the right thing to do. And I'm going to be capped at $17.50 per week for all of the bus and subway that I need to use in a rolling 7-day period. And I'm looking forward to Tap to Ride. BART just initiated Tap to Ride in California. And Tap to Ride is working. And it's not just a good program, but it reflects the idea that BART is the people's system. We can do that here too. They're doing Tap to Ride in London and Stockholm and lots of other places. Anybody can do this. I can do this, and I have profound disabilities. I have seniors who can and are doing this Tap to Ride using Omni. So I look forward to your vote today, and I ask that you stay the course and the work. We're going to get this done. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Gary Profit, followed by Veronica Trotta, then Evan Yankee.
Hello, I'm Gary Profit, the president of the Empire State Passengers Association. I'd like to talk about some of the ticket policy proposals for Metro North and the Long Island Railroad. These do not simplify the user experience. They do not speed up ticket validation. What they do is massively inconvenience passenger with paper tickets expiring the same day, so nobody can purchase tickets in advance. This is very difficult for people that are not young and vibrant, having to stand in line to purchase tickets each day, sometimes during rush hour, as many people purchase tickets for family and friends before they get to the station, especially for people visiting that may not be familiar with the MTA ticket machines. When I have people visiting who may walk a little slow and need to use the Croton Harmon elevator, I purchase their tickets a day or two in advance. My wife often flies back to JFK in the evening from visiting relatives, so now she will need to also purchase a ticket when she arrives at Grand Central Terminal, sometimes not a safe thing to do in a sometimes isolated area with luggage late in the evening. Current off-peak 10 trips are valid for 6 months. These options for the once a week or few times a month passenger will result in having to use a ticket machine every day they wish to board a Metro North or Long Island Railroad train. Are you installing another 6 ticket machines in Croton, Tarrytown, and White Plains? There is no space in Croton, as the line during rush hour, including this morning, and also before Yankee games, already restricts the flow of passengers through the station at Croton. Where are these people going to get their tickets in the morning? Many people purchase them in advance, in addition to those of us on 10 trips, to avoid missing their train due to a line at a ticket machine, and at some stations, people buy in advance for safety. The vast majority of our occasional customers of Metro North and Long Island Railroad do not even understand the impact of their having to purchase a ticket every single day, and the need to often get to their station 10 to 20 minutes earlier to get their train. This will increase the commuting time by 10 to 20%. Please stop this now. This is a ridiculous fare policy and is not appropriate for the passengers in the
conclude your
commuter
remarks.
railroads. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Veronica Trotta, followed by Evan Yankee, then Michael Ring.
Good morning. My name is Veronica Trotta, and I'm here to talk about fare evasion. Now, we know fare evasion is like jumping the turnstile, going underneath. But there are other forms. I don't know if you're aware of them, but I was filling my Metro card at the 77th Street entrance on the A line, and I was baffled by how many people were going through the emergency gate. So at first I thought, well, maybe it's just broken. And then I videotaped all this, and I went and I saw how easy it was to open it. Why? Because this little object here was placed where the lock is. And so it's magnetic, and so it allows people to go through. Now, I don't know if this has happened, if you're aware of it, if it's at other stations. And I just wanted to bring it to your attention because the booth, the clerks, they need to walk around and check the gates. Sometimes the gates are broken. I had already brought up this point in 2023 about the lock was broken, and so people were just going in and out. And also another thing that I find, most stations, they have like a protection, but where the emergency door is, people can actually extend their arm, push it open, and that's it. So you need to have inspectors check these things because fare evasion is not as simple. This is probably some organized, crime theft or a unit, and this is what they do. But it's unbelievable. Besides the buses, which are a nightmare, people just get on without paying or pretend to be paying by using an expired Metro card, which is they feel good about putting it in.
Thank you for your remarks.
And that's it. I hope you can do something. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Evan Yankee, followed by Michael Ring, followed by Miriam Fisher.
Good morning. My name is Evan Yankee, and I'm the Advocacy Director for Brooklyn Center for Independence of the Disabled. We're here today to talk about subway elevator maintenance and communications. No one wants something to go wrong when they're using the subway, but for people with disabilities and others dependent on subway elevators, having an elevator breakdown can mean being trapped underground for hours, moving back and forth between stations trying to find a route to the surface. We join the many others who have asked you to commit to appropriate elevator maintenance so that elevators are not broken in the first place. But we further ask you to commit to appropriate communications, about elevator breakdowns so that travelers can complete their trips with the correct information about what is happening underground. It is clear to us that the MTA would prefer that all subway riders would become MTA app users and receive information through these platforms. But many people with disabilities and older adults cannot and will not use apps. Many people with disabilities also struggle with other in-station communication systems that are single format and inaccessible. Work with us to commit to accessible methods for subway elevator communications access. Furthermore, we've heard from those who are eager for center-running bus lanes and floating bus islands like those proposed on the Flatbush Avenue redesign near this very building. It is our view that those advocating for faster buses are advocating for faster trips for riders whose trips are already fast, at the cost of longer trip times for people with disabilities, older adults, children, and anyone who is going to have a longer journey to board a bus, because of a reduction in frequency of bus stops as is proposed on Flatbush Avenue. As for floating bus islands, as they already have begun to exist in our city, we wonder how much time travelers with disabilities being forced to cross a stream of traffic to get to their stop, and then sometimes having to double back, will add to total trip times. You could walk 3 blocks east of here and see Helen Keller service patrons struggling to utilize a thin floating bus island wedged between 2 busy streams of traffic, a real insult to this population. We encourage you to rethink additional center-running bus lanes. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Michael Ring, followed by Miriam Fisher, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Hey, good morning. My name is Michael Ring. I'm here representing Disabled in Action of Greater New York. I'm wearing a green hat that says that. And I was going to come here today and talk about the long-term goal of us disability rights activists, that 95% of the stations when I'm 92 years old is just the floor, that 98 or 99% of the elevators working at any given time is just the beginning. We need to assume that accessibility works all the time, that we don't even think about numbers. We can just go out our door and get on the subway or the bus without worrying about it. But I wanted to talk today about something more on the micro level, and I hate to come here and complain. I'm going to run the New York City Marathon in 5 weeks, but thank you. But when I get on the subway, I can't hold the pole. My hands don't really work. Today from Grand Army Plaza to here, the train was a little tight. I had to hold the pole with my elbow. I'm going to have a little bruise. I got here. I'll be fine. But I've been asking for now years for some sort of publicity campaign. There's stickers on the train that say, "Won't you please give this up to the disabled?" They're all broken. No one is following those instructions. Not everyone's disability is apparent. You know, I don't look like I need a seat. But we could move forward and have, instead of these politeness campaigns, please don't plug in your phone on the subway or take up 2 seats. We can remind people in really specific terms that if you don't need that seat, you shouldn't be sitting in it. I've been to London, I've been to DC. They have more affirmative stickers, and they have more empty seats. People are just not sitting them. I'm not expecting perfect, but it's easy to make things better. And some seats is better than no seats, because the little black and blue mark I'm going to have tomorrow is not going to be that fun. Thanks a lot. I'll go back to my extra room.
Thank you. Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Miriam Fisher, followed by Lisa Daglian, then Kristen Johnfoy.
Good morning. Am I audible? It's Miriam Fisher.
Yep, you are good.
Okay. I support the disability activists, including just a minute ago, Evan Yankee, who rallied in Brooklyn yesterday for requesting MTA sign the law for the 8-year-old elevator maintenance case. Over 30 plus outages daily, stranding those without other options. Bus stops. Improve the many bus stops. Only 17% have seats and only 20% shelters from extreme weather. No one should stand 20 minutes in the snow or 95-degree heat. For pregnant women, seniors, people with disabilities, kids, all of us. Manhattan Community Board 4 and electeds have sent a request to the DOT last January asking for better bus stops on 23rd Street. That was January. No response yet to investigate the bus stops. And to keep some other terms on the radar, We need better subway benches, bathrooms, no gaps between the train and the platforms, and announcements of elevator outages on the platform, on digital displays. As Evan said, not everybody with a disability has the apps, and they need immediate knowledge of outages so they don't get stranded. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Lisa Daglian, followed by Kirsten John Foy, then Jason Busalt.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Daglian, the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. In about 3 months, the fare changes you vote on today will go into effect. In addition to the biennial increase, which PCAC supports, the new year will bring new discounts and opportunities for riders. So I'm here with thanks and a mea culpa. It's clear you listened to many people, including our members, who provided comments. Having one-way railroad tickets expire at 4 a.m. addresses significant issues riders had. Bringing down the increase of a weekly cap on transit to less than 3% is a good deal. So is making the rolling fare cap permanent and holding west of Hudson fares flat. We are thrilled that seniors, disabled, and Medicare-eligible riders will be able to use their discounts on the railroad at all times, including the morning peak. The new mid-kid family fare will afford 12 to 17-year-olds the ability to ride with an adult for $1, encouraging riding over driving to games, shows, and days of fun. That makes it a no-brainer to get on board rather than getting into a car. These are common-sense affordability policies that we've long advocated for, and we appreciate that you're about to make them reality. So the mea culpa is that you'd already moved in this direction when we publicly called for you to do so last week. In the spirit of the upcoming holiday, I atone for that. Of course, we'll continue to advocate for a city ticket weekly, which transfers to subways and buses, and for increasing fare fares to at least 200% of the federal poverty level and expanding it to railroads within the city. And we do lament the loss of the 10-trip on railroads. The loss of the off-peak discount is significant, and we have similar discounts about the loss of the 30-day option for transit. Overall, these are wins for riders and for the region. As many New Yorkers just started the new year 5786, we also look forward to 2026, where some great changes will get underway. So thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Kirsten John Foy, followed by Jason Busalt, then Anthony Fodiatis.
Good morning. I am Reverend Kirsten John Foy, the president of the Arc of Justice, and today I'm here to join with community and labor in calling for justice and accountability regarding the Kawasaki Rail Car Corporation and their $4.5 billion contract with the MTA. We insist on transparency, fair labor practices, and reinvestment in the community that this corporation profits from. One of our most sacred values in this country is equity, certainly in this state and in this city. It is unacceptable that at Kawasaki's plants, women are reported to make $3.49 per hour less than their male counterparts. It is also unacceptable that in Kawasaki's plants, $4.66 less per hour is made by temporary employees as opposed to those who are hired by Kawasaki directly. There are gross disparities in pay depending on race, depending on gender, depending on orientation, depending on immigration status at these Kawasaki plants. And we are asking that you be good stewards, not just of our dollars, as you now propose to raise the fare again, that you be good stewards of our values, and that you hold Kawasaki accountable for these disparities and make sure that they close them. It is unacceptable in 2025 that there are disparities among our labor force and among our workers. In New York State, we do not accept these, and we thank you for addressing this and holding Kawasaki accountable.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Jason Busalt, followed by Anthony Fodiatis, then Michael Cohen.
Good morning. My name is Jason Busalt. I'm with SMART, General Committee 2. I represent members and workers on Metro North Railroad as long as Long Island Railroad. Our members recognize the value of having a safe and fair working environment where workers' concerns are heard. Coming from Metro North, that was always the case. Always proud to work for Metro North since 2013 until I moved up full-time with the union. As the MTA plans to bring in more revenue for fare increases today, you also plan to make a historic $11 billion rail car purchase in 2025 to 2029 capital plan. We want to see good use of the public's money, but right now there is no guarantee these rail car manufacturing jobs will be good jobs. Our New York locals and our international union are already on record urging the MTA to use a high road procurement tool called the U.S. Employment Plan in bidding the process. This will encourage companies like Kawasaki and Bombardier to compete up in the bidding process with verifiable commitments to the jobs they'll create, the wages they'll pay, and the training that they'll provide. But the MTA can also act to address working conditions in the current contract. A report shared with all of you today contains concerning findings about Kawasaki Railcar's New York and Nebraska manufacturing plants. Our local and international unions urge the MTA to take action to address the problems at Kawasaki. First, you can come up with clean with the data that you've so far refused to disclose Kawasaki's wages and hiring under its current $4 billion plus contract. Second, we urge you to sit down with Jobs to Move America and community partners, have a conversation about the role of the MTA plan in moving Kawasaki to become a high road employer and why community benefits can be a vehicle to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Anthony Foriatis, followed by Michael Cohen, then Jesse Figueroa.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Chairman. Anthony Fodiatis. I'm the President Business Manager for Smart Local 137, representing sheet metal workers across the tri-state area. Today, I stand with members from 3 Smart Locals, the TWU, and our community partners to bring attention to a troubling new report from Cornell University and Jobs to Move America. That report examines working conditions at the Kawasaki factories in Lincoln, Nebraska, and Yonkers, New York, the very places where they build subway cars for the MTA. According to this survey, many workers are employed as temporary labor with below average wages. Workers report experiencing racial and gender discrimination, unsafe working conditions, and frequent injuries on the job. For a company holding a $4.5 billion public contract, these kind of working conditions are unacceptable. We expect better from Kawasaki, and we expect better from the MTA. Kawasaki is contractually obligated to report back to the MTA on its commitments around wages, hiring, and training, which were part of their bid when they won the contract. We demand that the MTA be fully transparent with those reports. To date, you have not been. Kawasaki hides behind the claims that the information is a trade secret, which is a weak shield against accountability. Going beyond transparency, the MTA should encourage Kawasaki to become a high road employer, address these structural problems, improve working conditions, and restore trust. One way is through negotiating a community benefits agreement with Jobs to Move America and our community partners. Looking ahead in the MTA's planned $11 billion rail car procurement, you must raise labor standards, insist on transparency and accountability from Kawasaki or any bidder for that matter. And we recommend using the FTA-approved U.S. Employment Plan mechanism to enforce those labor standards. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your time. Bye.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Michael Cohen, followed by Jesse Figueroa, followed by Omar Vera.
Hi, I'm Michael Cohen, and I urge you to vote yes on the F&M swap today. The swap will greatly improve the reliability of the F train, which will also increase the speeds and the frequency of service by preventing delays caused merging between the F&M tracks in Queens. And as someone who once frequently rode the F train, I would greatly appreciate increased speed on the line and increased frequency of the trains as well. And I think that with that, there will also be a reduction in delays on the F line, which has the lowest on-time performance of all the subway lines in the system. So I greatly would appreciate if you would vote yes on that. And I also wanted to ask about concerns of Omni, particularly with getting free transfers. If you have sometimes with the Omni card, the free transfers don't necessarily register. So I wonder what you should do if you want to get help with that, or if you need to get help with Omni or those kinds of problems with it. And so, lastly, I want to know, actually, I support the Omni thing fully, but I want to know what you're doing to fix the issues of it.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Jesse Figueroa, followed by Omar Vera, then Brianni Smith.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me and see me?
Yep.
All right. Greetings, Mr. Chairman, members of the MTA Board, advocates, and the public. My name is Jesse Figueroa, U.S. Army veteran, District 1 Commander of the Veterans of Foreign Wars Department of New York. First, I want to commend the MTA and law enforcement for the visible progress in fare evasion enforcement and crime reduction. I had the pleasure of riding the new B line that had the R211 round trip July 25th and the fully deployed R211 Sierras on the Skyline Railway. These advancements matter, accessibility matters. On a personal note, I underwent back surgery since September 9th and my recovery is ongoing, but I am here today to acknowledge a difficult truth. In past advocacy efforts, my conduct did not always reflect the professionalism and respect this cause and this board deserves. I deeply regret any unprofessional behavior that may have distracted from the mission of accessibility and equity. I have reflected, repented, and recommitted myself to advocacy rooted in integrity, humility, and collaboration. Accessibility is not just a technical issue, it's a human one. I stand with seniors, people with disabilities, and fellow veterans in calling for solutions that honor their integrity, including advocates. I agree with all the advocates who spoke today. Thank you for standing up to that. Today is the day that the board votes on the proposed fare hikes. It is a stressful decision on this matter. Again, I deeply apologize to everybody, including advocates, you too, Christopher and Jason. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I look forward to continuing this work together. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Omar Vera, followed by Brianni Smith, then Cecily Robinson.
Good morning, MTA Board. First, let me congratulate for finally getting the 2nd Avenue Subway Phase 2 going. That was at that emergency board meeting last month, back in August, and it's long overdue. And with the revenue from congestion pricing, you'll be able to get more of your capital program forward. Secondly, I'd like to mention this. I understand why you're doing the fare changes again, like biannual, but like eventually this can't keep going forever, though. Like eventually you have to find a way. Like for example, if the governments would simply tie the minimum wage to inflation, then eventually we can. If wages go down, so should fares. Like this is like for many people this is becoming unaffordable. Like for the hikes to keep happening. Like I once proposed that the MTA should return to $2 base fare, but if you're not going to do that, at the very least, this shouldn't be every 2 years. Like give it some time for people to make more of the revenue, make more of their wages, salary, and then maybe you can put like fare hike that is appropriate for the people. Last but not least, like I said, I propose like that with the new Omni vending machines, there should be more options for unlimited ride cards for those who can't do the paper rides. With that said, thanks for hosting this meeting, and see you around next month.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Brianni Smith, followed by Cecily Robinson, then Eric Roman.
Hi, my name is Brianni Smith. I am a member of the New York Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. I am here today to oppose the fare increase and to additionally demand cops off the subway. Today you are voting on the fare increase, but instead of paying millions upon millions of dollars in overtime to cops who play games on their phones, harass the most vulnerable members of our community, and perpetuate racist violence, the MTA and the state and city government should be reducing the fare, expanding the Fair Fares program, and investing in the infrastructure that our communities actually need. I spend my weekends out in the community with the New York Alliance, talking to our neighbors, and again I hear the same stories. I hear from community members who have been attacked and injured by the cops on the subway. I hear from community members who are profiled and searched because they happen to be black or brown or simply wearing a keffiyeh. I hear from community members who have legitimate safety concerns but do not trust the violent and poorly trained NYPD and MTA PD to help them. I take the subway every day, and I have witnessed countless instances of police incompetence and cruelty. At Atlantic Barclays, I have seen 8 armed cops surround 2 black teenagers to ticket them for fare evasion. At Times Square, I have seen the cops bodily drag a man up the stairs and out of the station and kick him in the ribs. And let us not forget the Sutter Ave station shooting last year, where the NYPD fired at Daryl Mickles for alleged fare evasion, and the cops shot several bystanders and left Gregory Delpeche brain dead. So shame on you to the MTA board, who continues to allow the cops to flood the trains and bleed the pockets of the poor New Yorkers. Vote against the fare hike. Fund our communities, not the cops. Safe subways for all. Cops off the train.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Cecily Robinson, followed by Eric Roman and Jamie Kowalski.
Hello, my name is Cecily Robinson, and I'm also with the New York Alliance Against Racism and Political Repression. My question to the board members: has any of you ever experienced a time where you had to walk to get your paycheck because you didn't have enough money to get on the bus or the train, and you didn't want to get arrested? Ever lost your wallet or phone and been at a station where the machines don't work and there's no personnel to help you because they've been deemed obsolete? They don't want to have the human connection inside of a train station to help people get on the trains. Have you ever experienced that, where you had to hop a turnstile? There was no one to help you. Maybe a cop is waiting to arrest you and you had no choice. These are the types of situations that fare beaters experience. Everyone lumps everyone into one category of criminology or criminal behavior, and that's not always the case. Many riders choose to skip the fare in protest, but those riders aren't the ones we're talking about today. The riders I'm talking about are the ones who are over-policed, who are stopped because they're black and brown, and they have no other way to get to their job interview. Maybe this is their last interview where they finally have a chance to get there, and they have no money to get there. As if having biased and flawed city agencies overseeing the subways wasn't enough, you've introduced Omni, that is run and basically run by a defense corporation. Granted, they ran the MetroCard program prior to this, but you didn't have to give your personal information or your financial information. So now, on top of being over-policed, bullied, harassed, and possibly arrested, your financial information is out there for everyone to steal.
Thank you for
There's
your
no
remarks.
guarantee that they'll be safe.
Thank you for
Appreciate
your
it.
remarks.
Shame on you for raising the fare, and shame
Thank
on
you for your remarks.
for putting us in this position
Please
for our
conclude your
finances to be
remarks.
affected.
Our next speaker will be Eric Roman, followed by Jamie Kowalski and Lauren Shanduel.
Good morning, board members. Eric Roman. I'm a Northeast Director with Jobs for America. We work to ensure our public money creates quality, family-sustaining jobs. We're here today with community and labor partners for 2 reasons. First, we want to partner with you, the MTA, to address the poor working conditions at Kawasaki Railcars and manufacturing facilities highlighted in the report we've co-authored with Cornell University, which we provided to board members today. Second, we're repeating our request to partner with the MTA to ensure your upcoming $11 billion railcar procurement produces high-road manufacturing jobs. We applaud the MTA for incorporating JMA's signature high-road procurement tool, the U.S. Employment Plan, into your R211 contract with Kawasaki years ago. It's meant to hold the company accountable to creating quality jobs while it builds quality subway cars. But the MTA has thus far refused to release reports from Kawasaki on the jobs created under that contract. So we surveyed 180 Kawasaki workers in New York and Nebraska ourselves. This report details responses on below average wages, reliance on temp labor, a toxic work culture, and experiences of race and gender discrimination on the job, among other concerning problems. Today, we've sent a letter to Kawasaki asking the company to partner with community leaders in New York and Nebraska to address these problems. Elsewhere in the country, Jobs for America has organized local coalitions that have successfully negotiated community benefits agreements with other manufacturers, including the transit bus company New Flyer, leading them to become a high road employer. Public agencies with massive spending power, like the MTA, can and should be active partners in rebuilding a U.S. manufacturing sector that provides dignified, family-sustaining jobs. We're eager to sit down with the MTA leadership soon to discuss how we can make that happen for Kawasaki and across the board. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Jamie Kowalski, followed by Lauren Chanduel, followed by DeMarc Barletier.
Good morning. My name is Jamie, and I'm a member of the New York Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. I'm here today to oppose the proposed fare hike and demand cops off the subway. Like everyone in the city, I want to see safe subways, but the surge of cops on the subways does not keep people safe. After many conversations with members of the community, it's clear that the cops bring more violence to the subway. I hear the same anecdotes time and again. When cops aren't simply loitering in the station, inattentive and unhelpful, they're harassing and enacting violence on riders over minor reasons, such as inability to pay the fare or sleeping in the station, violence that is overwhelmingly directed at Black and brown New Yorkers. A man told me how he'd been accosted by a cop after he'd been performing on a train, was tackled and thrown to the ground, and now is suffering from chronic sciatica. Instances of violence like this are happening daily throughout the city, and that's besides the more serious cases of police violence that others have spoken to already today. And I also hear repeatedly from community members when they do have a real safety concern, the cops are unavailable, unhelpful, or don't respond. And this strategy of using violence and penalties to try to enforce fares, it will never work because poor working class people who need to get around simply can't pay the fare. Do you know what the solution is? Stop the fare increases and eventually make the trains a free public service for all riders. I'm disappointed that you, the board of the MTA, and you, CEO Janno Lieber, are unable to imagine solutions to public safety beyond the brute force of swarms of more and more cops on the subways. I want to see you work with the city to fund public health workers who could address people's needs on the subway, or to provide housing and shelter for people who end up in the stations as a last resort. Meeting the needs of the people on the subway is the way we actually reduce crime. So get the cops off the subway and invest in real public safety and stop the fare hikes. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Lauren Chanduel, followed by DeMarc Barletier and Christian Joseph.
Hello. My name is Lauren Chanduel. I'm a senior researcher at JMA and the lead author of this report. Over the course of a year, our team worked with Cornell University's Climate Jobs Institute to survey 180 Kawasaki workers in New York and Nebraska about their working conditions. We also conducted in-depth interviews with current and former workers. In both locations, workers reported low pay, hazardous conditions, and unfair treatment attributed to discrimination. Many workers described a culture that prioritizes speed and profit over their safety and well-being, contributing to low morale and serious injuries. One worker described Kawasaki feeling, quote, like a prison, where workers were, quote, disposable. Another said it felt like they cared more about getting stuff done and quotas than the well-being of their staff. To measure the impact of Kawasaki's use of temps, we referenced scholarly articles about temp labor in manufacturing, which identified a negative correlation between temp use and product quality. This is particularly relevant in the context of product defects involving Kawasaki's 7000 series, M9, and R211 railcars. All of these findings are summarized in the report and offer important insights into the conditions under which MTA railcars are made. In the interest of addressing these issues, we're asking the MTA to work with us to encourage Kawasaki to negotiate a community benefits agreement. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be DeMarc Barletier, followed by Christian Joseph, then Daniel Coe.
Hello, good morning. My name is DeMarc with the Fair campaign, the Fair and Fair campaign. Obviously, you've heard today that you guys are misogynists. You don't care about disability people. You don't care about the elderly. You guys are capitalists, you only care about profits, and you also are racist, right? So I'm here to hold you guys accountable and to make sure either you get audited, to make sure the funds that you waste go to the things that we need, well, better infrastructure, better paying jobs, and a better transit for the community. If you guys can't do it, the people will do it. The community will hold you accountable and make sure that you guys do your job. We will audit you. We will make sure that we don't want this fare hike to happen. We will make sure the money is used appropriately, and I will make sure that you guys do your job. We will make sure, the people will make sure that you guys do your job. I have time, and I will hold you, every single last one of you, accountable, and I will make sure that you guys are, held to the standard that you are. You guys are pathetic, every single last one of you. If you guys think that this fare hike is smart, it's not. Don't do it, don't vote for it, and you're just gonna agitate the people more. It's gonna be injustice to us, and I hope you guys make the right decision. If not, I'm still gonna be here. I'm young, all of you guys are old, and yeah, I wish you guys a wonderful day. Bless, peace.
Thank you for your remarks. Speakers shall address the remarks of the chair and shall not make personal, impertinent, insulting, or slanderous statements about any member of the MTA board or staff or about other members of the public. Okay, our next speaker is Christian Joseph, followed by Daniel Ko, then Chuika Yang.
A lot has been said earlier about the issue of fare evasion. The basis of fare evasion is poverty and the lack of affordability. So when we talk about closing these gaps and the debt, the very basis that people are hopping the turnstile, evading the fare, is the issue of affordability in this city. In fact, a Daily News article came out and said there was 4 times the response to this fare hike than compared to 2023. The people are speaking. And I see the way you guys lined up this public speaking period to make it seem like people are in support of this fare hike. 4 times the response compared to 2023. We have been consistently organizing against the fare hike throughout this year. We've been in the streets, thousands of petition signatures. People are not for this. We see the recent amendment was to reduce the weekly limit by $1. It's not enough. The call is for the fare hike to not happen. It should not happen, and the people are against it. So as you vote today, just know that there's 2 sides to be, there's only one side you can be on, and there's 2 sides on the table. There's the working and poor people of this city, and there's those with the deep pockets. Who are you going to serve? Because this city runs off of the labor, the efforts, the sweat, and the blood of poor and working people. The fare ain't fair.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Daniel Ko, followed by Chuika Yang, followed by Anna Humphrey.
Good morning. My name is Daniel, and I live in Brooklyn. I'm also a member of the New York Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. We've been in the community speaking with students, elders, workers, community members, and overwhelmingly, these people are against the financial priorities of this city, and especially of the MTA. Now, I've been reading the minutes of some past board meetings, and there's a lot of patting yourselves on the back over wasting hundreds of millions of dollars on fare evasion crackdowns, even as you vote today to increase the fare again, when people were already struggling at $2.90, $2.75, and $2.50. I see this repeated citation of a 67% increase in fare revenue since 2021. This stat is pretty misleading because if we add the context of the pandemic in 2021, the fare increase in 2023, the decline in the economy, which has forced more people onto public transportation, as well as a switch to Omni, which has faced an avalanche of accusations of duplicate and fraudulent charges, clearly fare evasion crackdown is a tiny, tiny piece of this fare revenue increase, and therefore it is a supreme waste of millions of dollars with a terrible return on investment. It's clear that this fare enforcement is about more than money, it's about policing. Now, Jana Lieber right there he called fare evasion the #1 existential threat to the MTA. To make that statement, he'd have to either be a liar or just plain ignorant. The greater threat by far is the unreliable service, inaccessibility, and dangerously substandard infrastructure which we have been forced not wanting to accept in this city. We run here on working people. We generate the taxes that pay the salaries of every person in this room. And we don't need a 22-year-old at McKinsey to tell us just how messed up the budget is. We need better investment into our city and not in the police. We need no to the fare increase. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Once again, speakers shall address their remarks to the chair and shall not make personal, impertinent, insulting, or slanderous statements about any member of the MTA board or staff or about other members of the public. Our next speaker is Chuika Yang, followed by Anna Humphrey.
Good morning. My name is Chuka Yang. I'm with Jobs to Move America, and I traveled here today from my home state of Nebraska. As the Lincoln-based organizer with Jobs to Move America, I personally collected a large number of the surveys from Kawasaki rail car workers that are the basis of the report we've released today. One worker told me that she lost her finger on the job, and when she was being taken to the factory's medical room, the first question she thought to ask Kawasaki's staff was, "Am I going to lose my job?" Missing part of her finger, she was reassigned to another role and then lectured by managers for not being able to keep up and eventually left the company. Community and labor leaders in Nebraska have heard a lot of stories from Kawasaki workers in Nebraska. They couldn't travel to New York to speak directly to you today, but they joined Jobs to Move America in sending this letter to Kawasaki, calling on them to partner with us and become a high-road employer. We know that New Yorkers and Nebraskans alike share the value that everyone deserves dignified work with family-sustaining wages. That's why we're asking the MTA to also be a partner, to use the tools at your disposal to ensure Kawasaki is a source of those quality jobs, and to encourage the company to sit down with us to make that happen together. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Anna Humphrey.
Good morning. My name is Anna Humphrey, and I'm the Transportation and Voting Community Organizer at the Center for Independence of the Disabled, New York, Sydney. I'm speaking today about the proposed fare increase. Over 2 million New Yorkers have documented disabilities. Many rely on affordable, accessible transit to participate fully in city life. For them, this increase isn't just a dime. It's another burden on top of a system that already fails them. Riders with disabilities pay full price for service that's often inaccessible, broken elevators and stations without elevators that can make travel impossible. Many people with disabilities live on fixed or limited incomes. They already struggle with high costs, and this hike will hit them the hardest. We understand funding is needed to maintain the system, but right now the system doesn't work for disabled riders. Asking them to pay more for less is just unjust. If fares go up, equity must also go up. That means working with the city to expand fair fares eligibility to at least 200% of the federal poverty level and extending discounts to access-ride users who are excluded today with the reduced fare program. Disabled New Yorkers shouldn't be asked to pay more for broken, inaccessible service. If we're being charged more, then fairness and accessibility must be part of the deal. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your remarks. Chairman Lieber, we have reached the allotted time for this public comment session. At this time, we ask the remaining registered speakers to stand by as we transition to a separate live recording session. If you are a remote public speaker participating on Zoom, please stand by and wait for further instructions from the moderator. Public speakers in the room, please join us in the overflow room down the hall. MTA staff and signage are provided to guide folks to the space. Thank you for your cooperation.
Okay, thank you, Danny. Thank you to the members of the public who joined us. Paige, do we have a quorum for this meeting?
Yes, we have a quorum.
Okay. Before we begin today's presentations, we're going to convene an executive session on labor matters. May I have a motion to convene that executive session? Thank you, Mr. Chu. Second, Mr. Herbst. All in favor? Okay, we're in executive session, and we'll be back right afterwards. Thank you. We're back in session. While in executive session, the board discussed and voted affirmatively on 2 labor agreements. So I'm going to turn to my monthly remarks right now. Thanks to everybody who's joining us, public, staff, journalists even. We are back on the regular schedule after last month's special board meeting, which is the one where we approved the 2nd Avenue Subway Phase 2 contract. Since then, we've been celebrating some important milestones that are signs of progress that show what we're doing and the progress that's being made at our core business, and people are taking notice. You might have heard that this summer was the safest underground on record, with overall transit crime from June to August down almost 10% from the same time last year. Year-to-date crime is down 11% from pre-COVID, 11% lower than pre-COVID. This is a huge positive, and we're going to keep working with the state. We know how much Governor Hochul has supported us in every way in this effort, and the partnership with the NYPD, and I'm looking over at my colleague, Chief Kemper, who does so much to enable that. We're going to keep working with all of them. I know we heard a lot from the podium, but our riders tell us every month they appreciate law enforcement's presence in the system. There was a great Bloomberg article, if no one saw it last month, where a writer pointed out that we really need people to hear more about how transit is way safer than driving. This is a misapprehension because of some of what we hear from the tabloid press, that mass transit is dangerous, but somehow driving is safe. The numbers don't bear that out, and this piece was really powerful, and I commend it to everybody. It was also a strong summer in the service front. Reliability was high despite those couple of difficult days we had with the West 4th Street power outage. Subway on-time performance over the last 3 months was on par with our May record of 85% overall. So, you know, just remember where we were a few short years ago. Before COVID, we were in the 60s and then in the 70s on on-time performance, and now we're in the mid-80s. The commuter railroads are performing at a really high level, as always, 97% on average, well above their goals. And I just want to remind everybody that we have made significant progress on something we hear a lot about, and I say to our advocacy friends that they are part of the reason that we have made progress, because they've pushed us and encouraged us. But let it be, acknowledged that we just hit a record on elevator availability. That means that we had over 98%, right, Q? We had over 98% elevator availability in the month of September. And it's partly due to our aggressive program of replacing old elevators. It's not just about new elevators, it's about making sure that we maintain and replace the elevators which are aging out. There are some in the system that have been there 30 plus years, and they need to be replaced, and we're getting it done. So tip of the hat to C&D and to Transit for what they're doing to make sure that we do have elevator availability at a high level. I wanted to also compliment something else that was on Transit's agenda at the committee meeting on Monday. Phase 2 of the Queens bus network redesign, which launched a couple weeks ago, increased speeds, especially on the new rush routes, 7% faster than their predecessors. Kudos to the transit team. Again, I think that we have not acknowledged the complexity and the work that went into this enough, because it took 5 years, because we listened so carefully in literally hundreds of meetings with hundreds of thousands of comments and responded to them. And I also want to give special thanks to the MTA workforce that volunteered to go out as ambassadors and hand out brochures and talk to people and make sure everybody understood it. This is a huge success. The Queens bus system has not been redesigned in like 50 years, and we did it, and folks are appreciating it, and we got very positive feedback. And most important, folks were led to be aware of all the changes timely, thanks to that effort. So, well done. So with all this progress, it's not surprising that ridership also shot up in the last period. The Long Island Railroad broke the 300,000 mark twice, I think, in the past week, right, Rob? Yeah. Twice, boosted by the 20,000 golf fans headed to the Ryder Cup. The transit turnout was insane. This photo gives you an idea of all those folks who took the Long Island Railroad out to watch the golf. Not to be outdone, our subway friends notched 2 weeks of 4 million riders throughout the week. That had never been done since COVID. 4 million riders a day, all week long. Another post-pandemic first. So everything moving in the right direction. Paratransit also breaking records. Busiest single day ever, September 10th, ever, including before COVID. 47,000 paratransit trips. Just a reminder, this is, for paratransit itself, is operating at a scale that is bigger than the whole transit system in places like, Cincinnati and a couple of other major cities, Charlotte, and on and on and on. This by itself has become a major transit system alone. And I think they did 954,000 total trips in August, a historic high. No vacation for our paratransit friends. They set a record in August. This is what happens when you improve service and improve safety. New Yorkers vote with their feet. Gains shown in the numbers, and they're starting to inform the way we're perceived by the public. Everyone is sick of hearing me say it, but I am proud to keep saying that this is a new MTA, and we're showing it every day. We are innovators. The American Public Transit Association gave us an award attesting to that. They gave us their Innovation Award for the first in the nation congestion pricing program. And everybody up at APTA, where there was the APTA National Conference, I went up to Boston to collect the award, was talking about how we managed to implement congestion pricing so successfully that you don't hear much about it anymore. It's a proof that it has really been baked into how people organize around travel in New York, and that's a sign of success. We've also gotten some validation on the controversial labor issues. It's not a secret. It's been a tough few weeks with a couple of Long Island Railroad unions threatening to strike. The strike was averted when the unions asked President Trump to appoint a presidential emergency board, not usually something that the union side opts for, but they did in this case. But importantly, we got a lot of support from the public and from elected officials who said to us, please hold firm on the issue of pattern-based bargaining. We have 80 separate unions at the MTA. The state and the city have hundreds more unions. And if all of a sudden the idea of pattern-based bargaining, which we've done for generations in this area, were to come apart, it becomes a free-for-all. And I don't think that's in anybody's interest. We want to make a deal that gives these folks raises, and we'll give them even bigger raises, but it has to include improvements on these crazy work rules that are so outdated and abusive, and the public really wants to see progress on that front. So stay tuned. People are getting really excited about the new Metro North Super Express service that is going to start running soon between the city and Poughkeepsie. Governor Hochul challenged us in her State of the State address this year, last January, to make this happen this year. And she said rightly that the best way to drive economic growth for, especially for Hudson Valley areas that are a little further out, is to make jobs much more accessible. And we listened. We're delivering sub-90-minute trips months ahead of what had been the planned schedule for initiating that service. So well done, Justin. Congrats to you and your team. This is the pattern that we're trying to establish. Is we get ideas, we get assignments, and then we really start to deliver. We delivered on platform barriers, now approaching 100 stations this year, and the riders are telling us that they feel much safer, especially people who are taking kids into the system. If you have a kid in a stroller and you're on a platform, maybe even a narrow platform, you love being able to position yourself behind the barrier. Older people especially are thrilled with these barriers, and we're going to keep installing them as we move forward. We've got better lighting throughout the system. Demetrius' team, great job on getting it installed throughout the subway system. We're going to make sure we take advantage of all the opportunities to create a more welcoming and safer feeling environment. And before that, we got the security cameras done in every subway car in the whole system. Governor Hochul challenged us. She gave us the money to do it, and then we got it done in a single year. So lots to celebrate in terms of the responsiveness and professionalism of this MTA. Now, the proposed 4% increase that a fare increase that we're acting on today, which is effectively 2% a year, preserves the pattern. It also demonstrates another bedrock principle of today's MTA, which is we're going to be transparent and we're going to be responsive to what our customers give us in the feedback. Today you're going to hear from Jesse Lazarus, our Deputy Chief of Commercial, about adjustments to the fare proposals that were unveiled back in July, but they're specifically designed to respond to the key elements of commentary that we heard through this much more aggressive outreach program that we initiated. And they're altogether designed to preserve the affordability of the system, which is bedrock. As I always say, no, not yet, Chris. As I always say, unlike housing and childcare, there's a lot of talk about affordability. Transit is one of the few things that makes New York affordable, and I respect those who oppose the fare increase. But we're talking about something which is 15% the cost of owning an automobile. In New York, I think it's even, the gap between transit and auto ownership is even larger. It's even larger. And because of that, New Yorkers spend a lot less of their household income on transportation than people in the rest of the country. And we are determined to keep it that way, while also making sure that we can fund our operation, give our workforce fare increases. Kind of important that we give our workforce wage increases. We got to be able to give people reasonable wage increases. And that means that all of our funding is going to have to be adjusted over time. Now, little perspective. Over the last 10 years, MTA fare increases have dramatically lagged inflation and are even less than our wage increases by a lot. So while we take these changes seriously, we don't do fare increases casually. And it showed in the substantial outreach that we initiated. And we didn't do it just the old-fashioned way with these full-dress hearings that are only available to people who are most motivated to show up at a hearing. We actually went out and met the riders where they are, at our bus stops, at our subway stations, at our commuter rail stations. And you know what? It was an unprecedented success. We got 4 times as much comments. Somebody suggested that was proof of people's hostility to the fare increase. No. What it showed is that we were going out and talking to people in a way that has never been done before. And I credit the team that did that. So Jesse's going to take us through specifics in a moment, but the outreach and the transparency has been enormous. Now on to Pangilinan. We talked about it. Demetrius talked about it yesterday. I think everyone knows how we feel about this guy. He is a consummate professional. As John Padula said from the podium today, between his work and followed by Rachel Cohen, we have transformed paratransit at the MTA. And then he went on to be head of operations planning, and then he took for a while on the responsibility of being the acting head of buses, although he's not a bus guy, until now. This is one of the great professionals, and I know you're going on hiatus. I kind of hope that we'll be at least able to be a candidate for your next phase when you reconsider hiatus. But in the meantime, we just have to celebrate when first-class people hit a milestone in their careers at the MTA, and Chris is among the first of first class. So thank you, Chris, for everything you've done. Okay. Happy moment over. Let's talk about fare increase. Jesse Lazarus.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to board members for your collaboration as we worked through a few scenarios since July about how to implement that 4% increase you authorized last December. So as you'll recall, in July, we proposed our first plan for the fare and toll increase. In the intervening 8 weeks, as Chair Lieber mentioned, at the direction of this board and our chair, we asked our riders for their feedback, and that feedback has helped us modify our proposals, and we'll present them for your consideration today. So, our agenda for today, we've got a lot of material to cover. First, I'm going to share with you what we heard from members of the riding public about that initial plan to implement the fare increase. Second, I'll discuss the adjustments we felt were warranted. And finally, we'll just summarize the full package again before we ask for your vote. So, as I said, it's been a busy few weeks since we introduced that fare and toll package in July. Of course, we held the traditional public forums with hybrid and virtual participation options during 3 public hearings. But for the first time, we also went beyond the traditional hearing room, this room, and online comment portal, and we met riders where they are on their commutes, and we solicited their feedback in the moment. We did this in 22 different locations. We set up 22 public comment booths. This is in subway stations, at commuter rail stations, and also at commuter sales van locations. I'll say we are really proud of the effort behind this novel approach for the MTA to customer engagement. And we're also very proud of the result. Just look at these numbers. In 6 weeks, we received 4 times the number of public comments we got during that 2023 fare hearing cycle. And thanks to more ways to engage, more customers weighed in on this package. So now I'm going to tell you what they said. Most of what we heard fits into one of 3 themes. The first theme, how does the MTA use the fares it collects? We also heard confusion in this theme from customers about the relationship between the operating and the capital budgets. We're going to talk through some of that today. Second, riders are focused on affordability in general, of course, but related to the MTA's actual opportunity for action, riders asked for discounts for frequent travel and expanded eligibility for our half-fare programs. Finally, we heard from riders that paying the fare should be simple and convenient and flexible, and they'd like more tools to manage and monitor trip history and free rides. So first, based on these many comments, let me describe theme 1. I'll provide some more context around what fares actually support. Unlike services like police, fire, education, and healthcare, the MTA's budget and the MTA's public transit service and system is not fully funded through tax dollars. The MTA has 2 budgets, an operating budget and a capital budget. A variety of funding sources contribute to the MTA's ability to operate service, paid for in an operating budget, and build or repair stuff through our capital budget. So first, on the capital budget, let me clarify that our plan for strengthening and expanding the MTA network over the next 5 years has already been funded by a combination of MTA bonds, grants, and direct appropriations from the state. The $68 billion in the 2025 to 2029 5-year capital plan will allow us to make state-of-good repair improvements for the 100-year-old parts of our system that need investment to keep working, move our signal system into the 21st century, add 2,000 new rail cars, and build the Interborough Express. This will contribute to much more reliability and improved customer experience across all of the MTA properties. Crucial to our capital programs is toll revenue from congestion pricing, which has been a roaring success to date, meeting our revenue targets and also speeding up traffic and improving air quality. But the fare increases we are talking about today do not affect these essential capital plans. So where do they go? Fares and tolls are a very important part of the MTA's operating budget, which is how we pay to keep service running. On the left, you can see where the money comes from. In orange, 26% of the money we generate to operate service comes from fares, and 13% in green comes from tolls. But most, that 60% in gray, come from corporate taxes and other commercial activities. On the right, you'll see how we spend this money. The overwhelming majority of these funds, shown in blue, pay for the people who run 24/7 service on subways and buses and commuter railroads. This funds their wages, their health care, their pensions, the cost of which increase moderately and on a regular basis. Now, with that context about the MTA's capital and operating budgets, let's move to this second theme from public comments: affordability. Many comments touched on general affordability, but two items stood out that are more closely connected to the MTA's control and opportunity. First, how can the MTA provide rewards for frequent travel and ensure unlimited rides are still available and at a modest price increase in the tap and ride era? And second, riders want to see fares eligibility expanded to a higher income threshold. We do have a modification in response to one of these concerns, but let's start with some context on transit's role in keeping New York affordable. As a percent of overall income, New Yorkers spend nearly the least on getting around as compared to any other big city in America. Not only do New Yorkers have among the lowest transportation costs in the country, but when compared to the alternative, owning a car, New York Transit users are absolutely getting the better end of this bargain. A typical household that owns a car spends 4 times as much, 4 times more than the average transit user, especially when you consider the cost to purchase, fuel, and repair a vehicle. I'd also note you don't have to parallel park your train. Thank you. So, when it comes to affordability in New York, affordable mass transit is a critical part of that solution. This slide shows you the last 45 years of fare and toll increases. The far left dates all the way back to the 1980s. You can see some very large bars there, double-digit percentage increases happening sporadically. As this board knows, in 2009, the MTA followed the guidance of the Ravitch Commission and began to make increases smaller and more predictable, typically about 4% biannually, as a matter of financial responsibility to the MTA and to our customers. We've kept to that in the last 10 years, shown in the gray, and since 2015 have followed this pattern of small and predictable biannual fare and toll increases. This slide shows you how this proposal fits that pattern. If we'd actually followed the rate of inflation over the last 2 years, we would be asking you for a 24-cent increase to the base fare today, shown in the middle light blue bar. However, following the Ravitch principle, as we do, we are committed to keeping fare increases small and predictable, which is how we ended up today proposing only a 10-cent increase to the base fare. Now, let's talk about the modifications we're proposing in response to the valuable feedback we received from customers. So first, on subways and local buses, transit riders value the unlimited ride products. We love our unlimited customers, and our unlimited customers love their unlimited rides. To be crystal clear, unlimited rides are not going anywhere. In fact, we are making unlimited rides available to even more customers. Let me explain. Before Tap and Ride, the only way to get an unlimited ride product was through a prepaid Metro card. And before Tap and Ride, these were very popular products. Prior to the pandemic, 50% of New York City transit trips each month happened on an unlimited Metro card. But today, under 5% of New York City transit trips happen on a prepaid monthly. Almost this entire customer segment has already moved to Tap and Ride. These customers have switched despite Metro cards still being available for sale, because now they're getting unlimited rides without paying up front. And if plans change, the funds they spend stay with them and roll over. For the MTA, this shift in how we offer and deliver unlimited rides to customers is a matter of equity. We want to deliver unlimited rides automatically to our most frequent riders, regardless of their ability to prepay. And we want those who travel the maximum amount, multiple weeks in a row or in a month, to benefit too. So we're revising down our pricing proposal for unlimited rides by $1 each week to $35, or down by $4 each month to $140. This equates to a slight 2.9% increase from the old weekly price and is slightly below what I just spoke about for a single trip. And to reiterate, quite crucially, the new unlimited fare cap applies automatically for all customers, giving our most frequent customers free trips as soon as they hit this lower dollar amount in a 7-day period. Unlike the weekly pass, you do not need to give the MTA your money in advance. You pay as you go. Now we have some adjustments on the railroads also. We heard a lot about family affordability and positioning the railroads as the obvious and affordable choice for families. So to that end, we're increasing the age from 11 to 17 for family fare eligibility. This means that up to 4 kids aged 5 to 17 can travel with a fare-paying adult for only $1 per kid. This new family fare will also be eligible in the peak periods. Finally, we're foregoing the increase to west of Hudson fares this cycle. The MTA will continue to subsidize the New Jersey Transit service for our west of Hudson customers, who also just had to absorb New Jersey Transit's latest fare increase. The third theme we heard from customers hit on the ease of payment and easily understanding how much you'd paid. These concerns fall really into 2 buckets. First, the railroad riders felt that the 4-hour validity proposed for railroad tickets would create complications for those who wish to purchase in advance, but also would restrict the flexibility to change plans day of. And second, Tap and Ride users want better visibility and tools for account management. Specifically, they want to see how much money they've spent to ride, verify that the unlimited ride cap is rewarding them with free trips, and see that their free transfers are in fact free. So let's start with the modifications for one-way railroad tickets. As this board, as you all recall, the Blue Ribbon panel recommended that we address that opportunistic fare evasion from customers who are waiting to activate train time tickets with the hope of reusing that ticket for a second trip. Of course, this gamification is an unintended consequence of train time's remarkable success, but we now need to deal with it because it is impacting fare collection. So to address this, initially, we proposed that all tickets would activate upon purchase and be valid for 4 hours. Even though 90% of one-way tickets are used within 4 hours of purchase, we did hear a lot from customers who said this change would prevent them from maintaining that day of flexibility or spontaneity that they do value a lot with their commuter railroad travel. So we're adjusting the proposal to accommodate customers whose plans change or those who want to feel a bit more flexible. Now, tickets will be valid until 4 a.m. the next day, just like City Ticket is today. And just like today, customers will still need to activate their tickets before boarding. For New York City Transit, we heard from Tap and Ride customers who want better visibility into their trip history and some help building a little trust that this new unlimited ride fare cap is giving them free rides. Frankly, we agree. So, today, I'm very excited to announce that there are new tools available on omni.info right now. Starting on the left-hand side, you can see a screenshot of trip and charge history. We've highlighted in red a few examples showing the date and time of a, quote, free trip from the weekly unlimited ride fare cap, priced at $0, a free transfer, priced at $0, and a full fare trip, today priced at $2.90. On the right side, you can see a progress bar for registered account holders, showing just how much money is left to spend in that 7-day period before the unlimited rides kick in. Again, these tools are now available online at omni.info, and they're the first in a series, a rolling series of better tools we're releasing and will be releasing so that customers can confirm that their free trips are in fact free and their free transfers are too. All right, those are all the modifications. Now let's recap and review the final proposals once more before we invite discussion and ask for your vote. As a reminder, all of these proposals and pilots are aimed to go into effect in early January 2026. Quickly, let's start with subways, local bus, and paratransit on the left, proposing a 10-cent increase to the base fare, up from $2.90 to $3. The fare cap would go up $1 to $35 for 7-day unlimited rides on subways and local buses, no prepayment required. Reduced fare customers, of course, receive half fare base and fare cap trips. On the right, Express Bus, we're proposing these fares go up by a quarter, so a 25-cent increase from $7 to $7.25. Reduced fare customers can ride for half price in the off-peak. And finally, we are proposing a new unlimited ride fare cap for Express Bus customers, none of whom would ever pay more than $67 in a 7-day period, and that's for unlimited Express Bus, local bus, and subway trips. We also have some proposed policy changes for New York City Transit. First, the unlimited ride fare cap will become permanent. It's been a promotion until now. And second, you just heard me describe the Express Bus fare cap, so that'll be a second fare cap tool now in the mix. The third change is we want to leave this concept of a prepaid pass behind with MetroCard. We want unlimited rides to be available to everyone, including those who cannot afford to pay up front. Of course, though, if customers who want a budget in advance would like, they'll still be able to preload dollars onto an Omni card and take advantage of the fare cap. But with Tap and Go, if you don't use what's on the card, you'll keep what's left. Finally, moving into the Tap and Go era means every rider will have to tap to enter. So buses like subways will no longer accept cash or coins for payment on board. And a network of local businesses selling and reloading Omni cards, in addition to the in-station vending machines and mobile sales vans, will support those who still wish to use coins. With everyone having to tap, we can fully deploy proof of payment on buses and conduct more thorough fare enforcement. On to the railroads. We're proposing a 4.4% increase on one-way peak, weekly, and monthly tickets. The monthly fares, by the way, are still lower than they were before COVID, and they're all below $500. City ticket and Far Rockaway ticket will increase by 25 cents. They follow Express Bus, so that'll go to $7.25 in the peak, $5.25 in the off-peak. And we are proposing that you make these tickets permanent fare products rather than promotional. They have been so embraced by customers. As a part of this package, we're also going to make sure that all one-way tickets within New York City are priced to align with city ticket pricing, so customers are sure to always get the best deal. And finally, as discussed, we're proposing to hold steady the west of Hudson fares. We're getting close, guys. So on the railroad ticketing policy changes, all reduced fare customers will now be able to ride at all times, including the formerly excluded AM peak. Second, kids 5 to 17 can ride for just $1 when traveling with a fare-paying adult, up to 4 kids, and that's all day, any day. Third, one-way tickets will be valid until 4 a.m. the next day. Train time users will still activate tickets prior to boarding. Fourth, we're introducing a new day pass, which will replace the current round trip ticket and add a new customer benefit of 10% off weekday tickets. Fifth, we know that weeklies and monthlies aren't right for everyone all the time, so we're introducing a new offering for someone whose needs are in between, or if your travel needs change from period to period. Instead of the 10 trip, which only had a discount in the off-peak, train time customers who take 10 trips in 2 weeks will receive a free 11th trip. That 11th trip can be redeemed for peak or off-peak travel, so long as the zone combinations are consistent. And finally, one last railroad change. To help customers remember just to buy and activate. Buy and activate now before you board. We're introducing an onboard surcharge for mobile tickets, which is just like we have for paper tickets today. We really don't want to collect money this way. Ideally, no customer experiences the surcharge, but that surcharge hasn't changed since 2009, so we're also proposing that it increase by $2, and that's an onboard surcharge for tickets, whether they're purchased on the phone, activated on the phone, or paper from the conductor. Finally, this is really the last one. Bridges and tunnels tolls for passenger vehicles with Easy Pass, those rates will go up somewhere between 20 and 60 cents. You can see the specific facility proposals on this slide. There are no proposed increases to congestion relief zone tolls, and of course, the resident discounts always apply. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions you have. Back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, well, we are going to invite board members to ask questions and comment, but first I'm going to put a motion on the table. I will make the motion. May I have a second to approve the proposed modified and reduced fare proposal? Second, Lisa Soren. Okay, questions and comments from the board. All right, I see Mr. Bringerman, and we'll go Melva, Midori, Blanca. Okay, we'll go. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Bringerman.
Okay, the retirement of the round-trip ticket and the 10-trip tickets, is that based on an attempt to combat fare evasion?
Yeah, so the round-trip tickets and the 10-trip tickets were issued as a series of one-way tickets, and that is contributing to this. The Blue Ribbon panel helped diagnose this opportunistic fare evasion. So the alternative products, which are more competitively priced for customers, providing new discounts during the peak, which did not exist prior, is what we feel is the best way to help address the fare evasion and introduce more convenience and a better discount for customers.
Okay, it just seems to be more inconvenient the way you have those two set up. I can understand the inconvenience if the reasoning is to combat fare evasion. That's what I'm getting at.
I'm going to add something on this, that the 10 trip that they have done is really oriented towards the hybrid worker. And what we've, and the discussion that you heard from Jesse is that what we're trying to do is to reward the most frequent users and the new model of work, which is people are commuting from the suburbs and elsewhere, sometimes 2 to 4 days a week rather than 5 days a week. So that the 10 trip really rewards the hybrid worker as opposed to just anybody who wants to buy 10 trips and use them whenever. That is a change that I think is real, and we don't, we're pretty comfortable with we're doing the right thing. Okay. Question. I interrupted. We're going to go from Mr. Bringerman to Melva Miller.
I see. So, Jesse, I just want to thank you so much for all the work that you've done on this and going back after the public comment hearings to make some revisions, and the whole team at the MTA for really thinking about meaningful changes to this fare increase. I have to say, as I was riding the Long Island Railroad this morning, as the young folks call it, the LUR, you know, it was standing room only. It was packed. It was really something that was great to see. And as I was sitting next to a high schooler who took selfies the entire ride, I thought about my time in high school and how I didn't have the option to take the Long Island Railroad because it was unaffordable, right? So there's been some really good changes that makes it more affordable for folks who live in places that are transportation deserts, like the community that I grew up in. And it made me think about how I'm torn, right, at this moment. And I just wanted to jot down a couple of thoughts that I had so that I can be succinct in this meeting about the fare increase. So I want to share some of the thoughts, really, as I cast my vote today for the fare increase proposal. I will be honest, I'm struggling with this decision. On one hand, I know, as all of us do, that our operating budget depends on these revenues. And as a board member, I recognize the importance of this and that improving this increase is a fiscally responsible thing to do, and ultimately necessary to ensure the long-term health of the MTA. But I also know firsthand that I've lived the realities of people who ride our system every single day and haven't always had the financial security, myself included, sometimes as I was only a few paychecks away from real vulnerability. For many New Yorkers, that 10 cents may not sound like a lot, yet for someone balancing childcare costs, rent, housing, all the other sort of affordability utilities and other rising costs living in New York City, that dime can push them into impossible choices. It can sometimes be between a bagel for breakfast or that 7-day ride. And I mean, added stress in this life already stretches folks to an unbelievable point. So while I'll cast my vote in favor of this fare increase today, I do so with a heavy heart, and while with deep empathy for those who are most affected. My vote is not casual, nor is it automatic, but it reflects both the financial necessity of sustaining the system that keeps New York City affordable, as was mentioned, and my responsibility to the millions who rely on it. So I want to be clear, approving this increase cannot be the end of our work. As board members, we must continue, as this board has done so for many years, pursue strategies to expand equity, address affordability, and ensure that no rider feels excluded from our system because of costs. And this includes raising the fair fare eligibility to 200% of the poverty line, and I hope we get to address that at some point. This vote is one of the most difficult responsibilities we may face, or I may face on my time on this board, and I felt it was extremely important for me to speak, not only from my role as a board member, but from my heart as a New Yorker. Thank you for letting me say that.
Thank you, Mamba.
Okay, Mr. Albert.
While I don't have a vote, I believe this package is far better than the initial package that we heard about. I think it helps many more riders achieve what they need to achieve, makes it more convenient for them, and all of the rest. So thank you for doing that. I do have one question. Will the information that you showed on the screen for you to keep track of your travels, the omni.info information, will that ever be present on the MTA's own website?
Yes, you know, I don't want to get ahead of our Chief Customer Officer, Shanifa Riera, but we are launching a massive awareness campaign to make sure that customers know where to find these tools. They're right at their fingertips right now. They're in customer service centers and the stations, and as we're adding more and more, there are customer service agents ready to help folks with iPads in the station there. We'll add them to vending machines. All of these tools will roll out, and we will make sure customers know where to find them.
And screens are coming too, so you can tap and see what's left on your Omni?
The visual cues will be sort of a stage-gated sort of rolling series of enhancements, and and soon they'll be on the vending machines, and we'll have more to say about future locations.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Blanca Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jesse, thank you and the team for putting together this extremely comprehensive presentation. I agree with Andrew that this new updated plan and offering plan is much better than the initial one. I had asked you this before, and perhaps you or Shanifa could provide some more information. I really appreciate all of the policy changes for the commuter rail riders. I think it's important that they know that. Right now, the headlines will be, there's an increase in fare. So how do we get to the everyday rail rider, and if they're going to, coming into the city in the weekends with their families, with respect to the changes for the ages from 5 now to 17 that they can ride for $1, with respect to the changes of the 4 a.m. Expiration date for the daytime tickets. Can you talk to me a little bit about how that publicity campaign will be developed and implemented?
Yes, and I will also reserve some of this if others want to speak, but I will say that these are some big changes that are happening at the same time as a modest fare increase. We're moving into a new paradigm, a new era for fare collection, and we're trying to make sure that customers sort of change the norms of current railroad ticket ridership or ticket rules. And so if you approve these today, we are going to spend the next few months preparing for early January, thinking every single day, are our customers ready for this change? Are those who support them in the station environments, on the train cars, in their sort of daily lives and commutes, are they ready for this change, and have we done our job to help educate them? So I'll let our Chief Customer Officer expound on that.
And to build on what Jessie presented today, as she mentioned with the campaign, it will go live today with, as she mentioned, with a lot of these assets, sort of with clear explainers as well as supplemented by video, and we're doing using the in-station screens, but as well as social and all the other marketing tools that we have at our disposal.
Okay, thank you. I think we're going to Mr. Zuckerman, Mr. Glucksman, and then Midori, and coming back to Heda. Okay. Zuckerman.
Yeah, okay. Great, thanks. Obviously, everyone wants the podium. Jesse, thank you. I know in private and more public conversations, you've shown a real flexibility and a willingness to listen to the public, to the board. And I think the minor topic I was involved in related to the as you call it, the gamification, and now the changes to when a ticket expires, I think is thoughtful and Solomon-like. Thankfully, there was no baby that was split in half, but at least theoretically, we got to a better answer, so thank you. I do want to address the many comments we heard earlier in the public comment around this fare increase. Not the age part. I do not think I'm old. I'm running the New York City Marathon yet again, so I'm doing pretty well at 54, as are a couple of your agency presidents, which I'm very proud of them both. We'll see who wins. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, but I do want to address their comments around their umbrage over a fare increase. I don't want a fare increase either. I don't want to pay more. For anyone who does survey work with consumers, when you ask them, do you want to pay more for something, guess what they all say? Right, okay, they don't want to pay more. Of course not. The group's spirit is right, but their direction of their commentary, I'm sorry, is wrong. New York is too expensive. This nation is too expensive. Every single politician elected or aspiring to be elected talks about one topic and one topic only. They talk about affordability. Even if they weren't talking about it before, now they talk about it. And it's fair to talk about it because, as Jimmy McMillan said, the rent is too damn high and it keeps getting higher. The reality is their direction is wrong. This board is making, and I think we showed a great chart going back decades, this fare increase is modest. This is not a hike, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, going from $2.90 to $3 over 2 years is 3.44%. Divided by 2 is 1.7%. That is not a hike. 17% would be a hike, not 1.7%. That is modest. Inflation has gone up. Everyone knows what inflation is the rate of cost of goods and services. Inflation has gone up 7% in the last 2 years in New York combined. So we're raising it 3 and inflation 7. We're way behind inflation. Guess what? We have to pay our own bills too at the MTA. And it is the responsibility of this board to meet the budget it passed, to fund labor, to fund the equipment, to fund this organization, to fund the transit you rely upon, that we rely upon. So I'm going to suggest you redirect your umbrage at some other places. Most unhelpfully, you can direct it at inflation. You can't look at inflation as like time. You can't see it, but get angry at inflation, the general increase in prices. You want to get angry at the federal government, which does not provide sufficient support for New York. Every dollar we send to Washington, we get 80 cents back. That's $2,200 a person in this state. Go blame the federal government. You want to blame some other people? Blame our congressional delegates, including and maybe particularly our Republicans, who could have gone down to Washington, demanded our fair share, and have done nothing in that direction. You want to blame another group? Blame AI. AI is going to be taking a significant number of jobs in this city that were done by many people who work in various professions that were once well gilded. You want to blame someone who wants to raise the income tax of New Yorkers further by a couple of percentage points and wants to make the buses free. Blame those people, because I'm telling you, if this organization has another $1 billion hole it's got to fix, I don't know where it goes. We've got to solve affordability in this nation, in this state, in this city, but the MTA is not your target. I highly recommend you look elsewhere. Thank you.
Mr. Glucks.
Thank you. I too don't have a vote. I wanted to thank the staff for all the work that they did on this. I want to thank them also for allowing seniors to benefit from the reduced fares in the morning peak like everyone else. I have a question about the 12 to 7, adding the dollar per child is a great idea, 12 to 17. Does that affect only monthly ticket holders or someone who buys a one-day trip?
No, I understand why you asked that question, but it's for any fare-paying adult. Yes, we do have a special on the weekends, as you've seen in summers and in the winter. But this is a distinct permanent offering.
That's really great. I thank you also for waiving west of Hudson fare increase this time. And the one other question I have is, this was sent to me. How did day passes will day passes will or won't work with the combo ticket?
Day passes are not intended for the combo ticket, but that's something we can, of course, evaluate demand for in the future.
Thank you.
Okay. Mindori Valdivia.
Thank you, Chair. I loved what Dr. Miller said. My vote is not casual nor automatic. Melvin knows. I have real reservations about this vote, but today I will vote yes. As board members, our fiduciary responsibility is to ensure this system remains solvent, to keep trains running, commuter rail running safely, our buses reliably for the millions who depend on us every day. These fare increases are critical to supporting our operations and to pay for the workers who actually move New York, which is what we heard today. About 70% of every MTA dollar goes to the workforce to run service and build our assets. That's how our system works. Our transit workers make this run. And I can't deny, I can't promote a potential budget deficit and, create a gap, miss payroll, anything like that. That said, I do have concerns about how we got here. And my board members, my fellow board members know this. Throughout 2025, I raised issues about this process. Hearings were scheduled in August with little notice to board members. I was out of town. I would have loved to be at the fair hearings, but they were scheduled without, frankly, much consultation with board members. I have talked to many people who are completely unaware that this fare increase is happening, specifically around the 30-day. And so I really appreciate the fact that the staff are going to work diligently on a communications plan, because that's going to be really important. The railroad fare structure is already a little complicated, and we're making it a little bit more complicated. I also have reservations because the board was not given a chance to vote on the start of the SAPA process in the summer, nor were we meaningfully involved in shaping these fare products, considering the full Omni rollout. 2 years ago, we were meaningfully involved. Tariff policy is one of the areas where our board has true influence, and we owe it to the public to do this work in a transparent and accountable way. So I call on us board members to have a better approach on this. At the same time, across the country, access to transit is in deep crisis. SEPTA in Philadelphia has service cuts because the legislature couldn't step up. Chicago is requiring an emergency session next month to shore up deficits for all of the transit agencies there. These are warnings. When transit falters, opportunity falters, economy falters. So I know New York cannot go down that path. I am heartened to hear that we are talking about affordability. New Yorkers are living through an affordability crisis, most certainly. Housing, childcare, food, healthcare. The childcare one is close and near to my heart, because I work with and organize with parents that are trying to figure out how to get more affordable childcare. Transit remains one of the most affordable aspects of living here. That's why I love it. So I appreciate that we have worked to bring down the weekly cap to 35. That is a compromise, but I want us to do more. I want us to revisit the Atlantic ticket. There was very little discussion on eliminating it. I want us to understand or revisit more why we can't get a 30-day product, especially for the subway riders who rely on it most. And maybe this is more of a communications challenge than anything else. Also, I think everybody in this room agrees more accountability of Cubic is required. There have been too many things that we need to build accountability for. So I'll vote yes to keep this system solvent, support our workforce. But riders can't be the only backstop. So I appreciated a little bit of what Commissioner Zuckerman said. Our partners really have to stand up, right? Sustainable funding is really important. And we just need to start imagining kind of what sustainable transit funding looks like, because it can't just be on our riders. So thank you. My vote does come with a commitment. I want to push for a more transparent process and stronger products for our riders. So thank you.
Okay, I'm exercising chair's privilege to say, listen, before COVID, before the pandemic, our fare box was expected to produce something like 50% of the cost of operating this system. There was a financial crisis, which is now playing out through the whole country, that we have been mostly exempted from because Kathy Hochul went and got the legislature to come up with new money. And now we're about 30%. Fares are about 30% of the cost of operating this system. So, you know, I understand there was a thoughtful and heartfelt comment from my board colleague just now, but I just want to be absolutely clear. This governor and this legislature have stepped up so that we did not have to change our pattern of small incremental fare increases and go to a massive fare increase like is going on in Philadelphia right now. We have 2% a year, as Neil just said, instead of 20% or 15%, which is what New Jersey just went through. Connecticut just went through 15% increase as well. So yes, all of us swallow hard on fare increases, but this moderate, roughly 2% a year fare increase is a gift from our political leadership that would not be possible if it were not for their intervention led by Governor Hochul. I just want to be clear about that, because we're now, fare box is 30% of our operating budget. It used to be close to 50%. Hayda Mahaltzis.
Thank you, Jana. Thank you, Jesse, and all the people who worked on putting together this presentation. I have two questions. During COVID, there was, I don't want to say a special deal, but I'll say a special deal of certain railroad riders that were in the city. Does that discount still continue? That railroad ticket?
Are you referring to city ticket? Yes.
But it was a monthly.
So
the monthly discount is what will that monthly discount be reduced, be increased?
I'm going to ask our CFO to address the question.
So the monthly tickets that are within the city zones have an extra 10% off
compared to pre-pandemic. That still will continue with this equation. There is still a 10% discount
So it'll still be a
overall.
10% increase. Okay, thank you, Jay. And then the 54% increase for the tolls, what percentage is that?
The tolls are increasing by an average of 7.5%.
Okay, all right, thank you.
54 cents.
54 cents, right, or $1, anyway. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're still, Ms. Sammy Chu. Anybody else wishing to be recognized after Mr. Chu, Mr. O'Donnell?
I know we have to move along. I will just, there's been a lot of diminishment about the process. I want to give credit where credit's due. And this, board, this group, staff, it never stops. There's always something to deal with. But what I appreciate, and then, there was an award, Jenna was accepting an award as an innovation agency. What I will give, certainly always have to give credit where credit's due. This agency and all the presidents and all of their staff are always working to make sure that they're moving the agency forward. This was a process, wasn't a perfect process, but always could use improvement. But I think the fact that there was a concerted effort, and I know the chairman mentioned it, to actually go out and find the people where they were, to then produce those additional comments and get that additional feedback is evidence that the word of the public and the opinion of the public is valued. I also think that it's worth noting that there were significant changes in response to those comments, that they didn't just fall upon deaf ears. I know not everybody is happy. The fare increases, the increase is the increase. We voted on that as a board because when we voted for the budget. So for us to retract on that would be, disingenuous. But a lot of this went into implementation, the fact that we're moving to new systems and innovating. And I think it's safe to say this is kind of the end of the beginning of a big transition and I think there's the moving over to the full, Omni system is going to enable a lot of improvement past that. And I think I do want to encourage us to continue because I know I've seen all the numbers that there are very, a small numbers of folks that are affected by reduction of some of these tickets, and there was a response to that by additional discounts. We really need to continue to pay attention to our most frequent riders, just as we did in this process. And I think everyone should be excited that we're moving to a system that's now going to have the ability to be more flexible and allow the agency to innovate. I will say, I know all of us participate in many e-commerce environments and many systems. Neil talked about things you should direct your When was the last time you had a good experience trying to get a ticket off of your Ticketmaster account, right? We're talking about a corporation that's funded, much better funded than we will. And I would say between our system with Omni and our internal resources that do the railroad system, I think Ticketmaster should pay us to help them fix their system. So I think it's right to expect more from us because we're a public agency. But I think there also should be, support in seeing that the agency is trying to move forward, innovating, and make a better user experience, and bring better value to every rider, not just the most vocal riders, but the people that we know are riding the system the most.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you all fellow board members for your comments. Some rather brief, some not so brief, but I'm Irish, so I know how to talk for a lengthy amount of time. Add that I'm an elected official, that makes it even double, but I'll try to keep this brief. So a lot has been said about affordability. Certainly, I think this fare increase has addressed that. So Jesse, you did a great job. Chair, you did a great job. We've done what we could to try to do our part with affordability with this package. One of my pet peeves on the gap between the poor and the rich is we've just in executive session talked about our new contracts, and they're all percentage-based. Until we get back to dollar-based, right? And this is going back 40 years. We're not going to solve this affordability issue. The top people are still at 4%, going to get a lot more money than the new hires at 4% get. That affordability issue is not going to be solved in this boardroom. It is going to be solved in Washington, probably by the Republicans. Neil. I'm a conservative, by the way, so it doesn't matter. But we should all
I still
be,
share your vote with you, and I love you, Jim, and I love the cops too. So that
You're good.
So I like you, and I like the Irish. I like Irish whiskey, and I like Irish beer, and I like you.
See, you're knocking the Irish again with
like the
bringing
Irish.
up alcohol.
All right, go ahead.
Anyway,
Go ahead.
well, that's not a good comment. All right. So I appreciate everything that's been done. The affordability issue is good. And I will say, I've been here 3 or 4 months. So the first thing that happened my first month, and I'm an Orange County legislator, was that the MTA, the state, got rid of the MTA tax on municipalities. So even though I had nothing to do with that, I told the county exec that was because of me. And now, today, I get to vote on no fare increase west of the Hudson. How good am I looking back home? And I'm not even running for re-election, okay? But thank you, Chairman. I'll be voting yes for this. Thank you, Jesse, for your great work.
Okay. Mark, do you want to be recognized?
Yes, I move the question.
Okay. Okay. That was smooth. Okay. There's a motion on the table to approve the modified and reduced fare increase that is been distributed to the board. I'm going to call for a show of hands. All in favor of the proposal? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Chair votes. All opposed? Any abstentions? 2 abstentions, Mr. Jones and Mr. Gorodnick. So the modified fare proposal carried. Thank you again to the staff, Jesse, and everybody. There are a lot of folks behind Jesse's amazing presentation today who worked hard on this, so thank you to everybody. Yeah. Okay. Always anticlimactic, but we got to do our regular board business. So here we are. The minutes of the July and August board meetings and the minutes from each committee have been distributed. Are there any corrections or omissions? Mr. Albert.
If you've updated the latest version of today's board book, all the corrections are done in that book, so they're fine.
I have no idea whether that's been done, but I'll take it as a yes. So if there are no further corrections, then the minutes are approved as distributed. Mr. Chu, are you going to do the Joint Railroad and Diversity Committee? I think I'm being told to do
These
that.
are
I
guess I'll do all the committees.
Yeah.
Super committee report. The Bridges and Tunnels Chair, the Bridges and Tunnels Joint Railroad and Diversity Committees met Monday. I've advised the committees do not have items for board action. Do the committee chairs have any other business before the full board this morning? That would be Mark Blanca.
No. No other business?
No.
Okay.
There is no new business for the board.
Okay. All right. Ms. Mihalcos for New York City Transit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. The New York City Transit Committee met Monday and reports the following. There are 3 ratification actions for a proposed estimated expenditure of $330.7 million. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Second, Mr. Mack, thank you. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items carry.
This concludes the New York City Transit report.
Mr. Gorodnick, are you available to do the capital
I am.
program?
The Capital Program Committee met Monday and reports the following. There are 6 procurement actions for construction and development for a proposed expenditure of $141 million. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
I have a second. Dr. Rizzo, thank you. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items are approved.
This concludes the capital report.
Mr. Zuckerman,
Thank you, sir.
Finance.
The Finance Committee met Monday and reports the following. The procurement agenda includes 4 actions for a proposed estimated expenditure of $8 million. 8 mil?
Billion,
Oh.
billion,
All right, so it's
billion.
8,000 million. Okay,
Yeah,
so
right.
8 billion. Yeah, I thought that would seem weird. Okay, $8 billion. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Okay. With that clarification, 8 billion, not 8 million. May I have a second? Mr. Herbst, thank you. All in favor of those items? Any opposition or abstention? Ms.?
Voting no on the cubic item?
Okay. That was not the $8 billion item, but the.
No, it was
It's
part
in
of
there,
it.
it's
It's
in
part of
there.
the
It's in there.
package.
Part of the package, yeah.
I pay attention.
Real
You got
estate,
it. Yeah,
Mr.
thank you.
Zuckerman.
Moving to real estate. So we have 2 administrative action items and 6 transactional items this month. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Second, Mr. Chu, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? Please.
One of the items has to do with a lease for the Portchester train station, which it has been a long time coming, and I appreciate Mr. Florio and his team for moving forward with that, and that will really reinvigorate downtown Portchester and a lot of business locally, so appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you. Well done, David. I hope you heard the board member. Okay, so the
Did we finish
vote
the
is
vote?
still pending. All in favor of the real estate items? Any opposition or abstention? The items are approved.
Okay, this concludes the Finance Committee report.
Okay, and so we're at the end of today's business. May I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Ms. Soren. Thank you, Mr. Mack, for the second. We are in adjournment. Thanks. Okay, so a healthy conversation today among our board and an amazing presentation about how we are able to keep this fare increase down to 4% over 2 years rather than going through what Philadelphia is, and so many other places are going through, which is 20%. I think New Jersey is 15%. So always painful to do fare increases, but I think this one is really structured in a way that responds to what we heard from the riders through the outreach process and preserves affordability, which is something that we're very proud of in the transit system. So with that, Tim?
All right. Could be his first time here. Gus, first time? Gus Rosendale, WNBC 4. Just turn the mic on if you would, Gus, please.
Hello, hello. Could we get an update on the transit worker who was slashed overnight?
I'm going to defer. I don't have information on that, but I think Demetrius Critchlow has been in touch with folks on that. Go ahead.
So it's a power distribution maintainer on a job around 11 years, excuse me. I spoke to him early this morning. He was in stable condition. They're holding him for a little while longer just to do a couple of tests, but seems to be in pretty good spirits. You know, something like this should not happen for our employees. That's something you have to say out the gate. They should be able to come in the same condition and go home in the same condition. So we're working with NYPD to give them any information that they need in order to properly investigate and determine who the person was.
And since we're talking about safety in the system, I just want to call, I read today something about the possibility that Washington is going to further cut transit security funding. We hear a lot from Washington about, the safety of the cities. We hear a lot from Washington about, the subways need to be safer. This is the money that Washington provides that goes to us and even more to the NYPD for their subway patrols. So to me, it's unthinkable that Washington could be considering cutting transit security grants. I'll tell you why I'm optimistic, though, because the congressman who is the chair of the panel that handles that category of funding is Congressman Garbarino from Long Island. And I don't see Congressman Garbarino or any New York area congressman voting to zero out funding for transit security. By the way, it's been going down outrageously for some years, since after 9/11, when it was at a high point. But the idea of zeroing it out is nuts, and I'm really hopeful that that report is not accurate.
All right, we're here in Brooklyn today. Greg, do you have a question? Greg Thompson, I think, is News 12 Brooklyn, yeah? The home borough, right there. What's going on is it's up to you for a question.
Thank you. Honored to get it from Ray. Yeah, just a question for you about, I know you talked about and you heard, some of the different people on the board talking about the amount of the fare increase, and it's painful. It seemed like there were people going on both sides. Some saying it's only 10 cents, some people saying, yeah, but 10 cents can be a lot. Is there sympathy for the people who that 10 cent really does hit hard and really does add up from week to week?
Well, just to be clear, there were a lot of things. It was a good conversation, but the board voted 11-0 with 2 abstentions in support of the proposal. Yeah, I mean, everybody is mindful of the cost of life in New York, but we are also making sure that we are structuring what are these necessary fare increases in a way that really supports the people who are most sensitive to it, which is the frequent riders. And don't forget, there are close to 2 million people who get zero or half fare in our system. So a lot of New Yorkers are not spending $3 now, but $1.50, or for many of them, zero. So we are doing a lot to encourage affordability, targeted affordability. The people who need the support, that's where our heads are at. That's why you heard some of the reductions that were approved today.
All right, over to Michelle Kasky right there from Bloomberg News. Michelle.
Hi, Jano. So
wondering what it means for, we're looking at a potential federal government shutdown. What does this mean for the MTA?
I don't know. Honestly, our principal interactions are with the Federal Transit Administration, and I don't know how constrained their work is, but historically, it does have an impact on how quickly grants and other processes are handled. Well, we're obviously watching closely because it's unclear what the federal government, what the decision makers will do if there's a shutdown. Who gets cut? Who gets furloughed? Who gets put on temporary hold? We're still not totally clear.
And what about the casinos? There's two now that have passed through the initial approval phase. Is this sort of on track with what the MTA needs? Will you get the casino revenue money that you've budgeted for 2026?
Where's Jay? Yeah, I mean, we have budgeted in a way that reflects the current state of the process without talking about any individual selection. We've made sure that our budget is aligned with the process that's underway.
Thank you, Chair. As you know, we've taken a conservative approach of budgeting the licenses fees that we would receive from the 3 downstate casinos. In 2026, we've budgeted $500 million for the first one opening, and then 27 and 28 would be another $500 million each. So we've taken that approach. You know, there's still a process by the end of the year to award those casino licenses, and as soon as that's awarded, we would start receiving those fees.
All right, next up we go to Darla Miles right there from WABC Eyewitness News. Darla.
I'll give you a tip later for that, right? Good afternoon, Chairman. So what we'd like to do is just really, on a granular level, explain to our viewers exactly what this fare hike will pay for. So Jesse had an amazing presentation this morning, but I just want to make sure, like, you know, on a granular level, what the fare hikes are going up. You've got 10 cents on buses, express fares 25 cents, and 4.4 on LIRR in Metro North. Specifically, tell our viewers what these increases will be paying for.
Thank you. It's real simple. Our workforce is 70% of the MTA's operating budget goes to pay the workers their medical coverage, their benefits, and their pensions. And their wages increase on average between 3% and 4% a year. It varies a little bit. We now have a 2% per year fare increase. So we're not even covering the additional cost of our workforce, of our labor. The other investments that we make with this money are things like power costs, equipment costs, things that are going up also, just like everything else. So it is the minimal fare increase that we can implement just to keep us close to the realities of how our costs are increasing.
And just on a granular level, tell our viewers specifically what's happening with improvements, the payment for the capital plan.
The capital plan is paying for dramatic increases in the number of stations that are ADA accessible, that have elevators, new subway cars, and we are also going to fix all of the old elements of the subway system that frankly have been neglected for 100 years. Basic stuff like power and structure and signals. We have that work underway. The public's going to see the benefits over time.
All right, swinging to the Long Island contingent, Alfonso Castillo from Melville's own Newsday. Alfonso.
Hi, Jenna. So beyond the fare increase on the Long Island Railroad, there are some pretty significant changes in the way you do ticketing on the LIRR, doing away with round-trip tickets, with 10-trip ticket. I know some of the changes are for the better with expanding the family fare. But just what are your expectations in terms of how railroad riders will adapt to these changes? Do you expect that there are going to be some growing pains here with them, looking for a round-trip ticket that doesn't exist anymore? And also, can you address what are your expectations about what these changes will do for fare evasion on the LIR?
Well, number one, change is always takes a while to settle in. So there'll definitely be some bumps in the road. But listen, if instead of a round-trip ticket, you're getting an all-day ticket, that's a benefit. You could actually take a third or a fourth ride on that same day. And we're trying to allow people to take full advantage of the railroad. For the other thing that railroad riders are getting is, you can ride for $1 with your kids to up to the age 17. That is a dramatic improvement in the appeal to families. So we think that there are a lot of these changes that are going to be welcome. There's no question that part of our goal here is to get rid of the creeping up, what we call opportunistic fare evasion. People who don't activate their tickets and wait till they see the conductor come through and gamify it, so they hope they don't actually get charged. Most of our railroad riders that we're hearing from are angry about that. And we're trying to respond to the fact that overwhelmingly railroad riders want to see everybody paying, that it's a fair system. And this is going to be something that we're going to accomplish. And we're sure that over time people will, there'll be some adjustments, but I think it's going to be fine.
All right, let's continue with Long Island. Kevin Vesey's here from News 12, all the way into Brooklyn. Kevin, welcome.
Thank you so
Brooklyn
much.
is on Long Island.
That is correct.
Yeah.
All right. So this question also has to do with ticketing.
Yeah.
So how did you arrive at the 4 a.m. The following day time period for tickets to expire, as opposed to maybe 24 hours or 48 hours after the time of purchase?
Listen, the goal is to say, in one ride cycle, people are using the tickets that they've purchased. They're not waiting to hold on to them till the next time they come into the city or the next time they go somewhere else. So we obviously were responsive to the fact that people thought 4 hours too tight. What they were telling us is, hey, I might want to go out to dinner. I might want to meet someone for a drink and I end up taking a later train. 4 hours is too tight. So we made it a full day. And the 4 a.m. Timeline was something that's been used successfully with City Ticket, which is part of the railroad fare policy already. And it's been successfully implemented, so that seemed like a good strategy. Use it the same day. That's the bottom line. Use the ticket that you buy on the same day, and there won't be a problem.
All right, we've got Masa Saidi back there from CBS 2, New York. Masa?
Hi there. I'll start with everyone should pay their tolls on time, but missed tolls become violations where the MTA begins to impose a $50 fee per transaction. The result is a handful of missed tolls can balloon into thousands of dollars in fines and fees. I'm in touch with so many drivers who are getting crushed by debt. In some cases, they are losing their ability to drive their car. So my question for you today, sir, is why are the fees so high? And are you ramping up efforts to collect?
Yeah, so here's the bottom line is everybody should pay their bills. And just like when you don't pay your bills to a credit card company or to somebody you owe money to, there are going to be additional fees. There's going to be late payment fees tacked on. The MTA has done that. But let me tell you, the MTA, unlike at the credit card company, we have a toll payer advocate. So you can get in touch with them, and they will look at your unique circumstances and help you work something out with the MTA. We do payment plans. We do let people get right, but they have to take the initial effort to settle up. And a lot of people who come to you and complain basically say, I shouldn't have to pay at all. And what we're saying is, come to the MTA and we'll work something out with you, but you got to get right and pay your bills just like you would for anything else.
That I'm hearing is, first of all, there's a very long wait when you contact the toll payer advocate. And second of all, it seems that there's no transparency around when does $50,000 in fines get cut down to $5,000 versus $10,000. What are the rules there?
Well, again, just come to us. We have a pretty successful record of working out payment plans with anybody who wants to settle up. Don't just wait until the numbers continue to grow and keep not paying. If you're a scofflaw, I would just remind everybody, you can actually get your car registration taken away. Don't get yourself in that position. Pay your bills. The people on the subway and the bus and the commuter rail are paying up front. Toll payers have the advantage of being able to do it on a billing, a post facto billing basis. They should have to pay too.
All right, let's move on to Haley Brown of the New York Post right there. Haley?
On the one hand, MTA brags about the success of congestion pricing. Data shows hundreds of millions collected since launch. So then why does the agency still need to ask riders for more money? In fact, the MTA is constantly asking for money. When will it become MTA's job to better manage their budget instead of always looking for a new handout?
I think you know the difference between our capital program, which congestion pricing goes to, and our operating budget, and I don't have anything else to say.
Do you want to address how the MTA doesn't manage their budget well?
I think it's asked and answered. Let's go to Jose Martinez, which is on Zoom today, sir. Jose from the city, you're up. Okay, Jose.
Hi there.
you
Hi,
go.
Jano. Good afternoon from Lower Manhattan. Two things for you real quick here. Does the pizza principle no longer apply when it comes to the bus and subway fare? And then can you speak a little bit, and I'm sorry if I missed this during the meeting, but I was playing the role of editor today. Could you speak, please, to the mental hurdle that comes with hitting the $3 mark for the first time, given that this is something the MTA had proposed in years past?
Okay, so I don't know what the pizza principle would dictate at this point, because folks have told me that we're less than a slice in many cases. Certainly at Totono's or some of the other places, great Brooklyn pizzerias that I favor, the slice has gone north of 3. What is the mental hurdle? I don't think the New Yorkers are in mental hurdle space. I think they're looking for what's affordable in their household budget, and transit is one of the most affordable aspects of living in New York. We'll continue to highlight that. I heard from a lot of people when we went to 290 2 years ago, come on, you might as well just put it at $3. So I don't know what the mental hurdle is, but I have great sympathy for everybody who's struggling with cost. And as we always say, transit is one of the things that makes New York affordable. Let's start talking about housing and childcare and the other things that are clearly the center of that affordability crisis.
All right, let's just stay on Zoom for a moment, sir. We've got Stefanos Chen of the New York Times. Stefanos?
Hi, Jano. Apologies. I had some technical issues, so I'm not sure if you guys have heard me or if I missed some things earlier. But I just wanted to see if you could comment briefly on the Omni rollout, how that's going. I know that Jesse mentioned earlier some of the improvements you guys have coming out. Will this all be rolling out in time for these fare improvements and the timing of that with riders experiencing the new $3 fare at the same time Omni becomes their only choice? Are you guys anticipating the changes needed for that?
Okay, so Steph, I think you know that we're over 80%. So 80% of our riders have already switched to Omni. And the percentage of people who are reliant on MetroCards is going way down. Just to be clear, we're not cutting off the use of MetroCards entirely come the switchover at the end of the year. We're going to continue to accept them, but we're not going to sell new ones. Now, that is a change, but I just want to be clear about what's coming. The technical side of Omni and the fare side, I'm going to invite Jamie and Jesse to comment on where we are in the remaining steps for implementation of Omni. But I just want to say that before I do that, that we're going to be constantly communicating through all of our channels, whether that's social media or the MTA website or otherwise, about Omni and Tap and Ride and the benefits, but also helping people to make the transition. Because the folks who haven't yet made the transition, you got to get those last 20%, and they're probably going to be some folks who are more challenged with the new system.
The Omni deployment is continuing, on schedule, and being able to support that 80%. Tap and Ride is really, that's the evolution of the system and the build out. We mentioned yesterday that on the weekend we installed the 980th of 980 card vending machines. So while we always encourage folks to use their bank card or their phone to get into the system, those that need an Omni card can now get it at all 472 of our subway stations. And a lot of the features that Jessie talked about in her presentation today, whether it's the website, coming up, Express Bus fare cap, a lot of these features are getting built out between now and the end of the year so that we're in that position to sunset MetroCard. And again, as Jano said, folks will still be able to use MetroCards in the new year, but sales will end at the end of the year because we'll have a fully supported tap and ride system.
Thanks. And just to add from the customer segmentation point of view, we've got almost 90% of our full fare customers using tap and ride already. That's the majority of ridership. The remaining 19% Jano spoke about who are still using Metro cards, they come from a handful of segments. One, the Fair Fares program is continuing to move customers over one by one, and new registrants are moving to tap and ride. So we've got a little bit of Metro cards still in the Fair Fares program. And then we have some of the unlimited pass customers who are spending down what they've received from pre-tax companies and a handful of other locations. But we feel that our customers, especially with the new tools we've announced today and the new awareness campaigns that are launching, are absolutely ready for New Year's Eve this year and moving into 2026 with the full tap and ride era.
All right, let's scurry forward. We get some audio here to Samantha Liebman right there from New York 1. Sam?
Hi, Jano. Don't shoot the messenger, but when we talk to some riders, they say, why should we pay when our trains are delayed or service is not good? I know you say service was added on several lines and you're trying to improve service, but you know, there still are a lot of delays.
Well, Sam, it's kind of I rely on you guys to tell the story. Now we have 85% OTP this month, right, Demetrius? 85%. So we're in excess of, we're almost at a historic level. So yeah, there are, in the New York City subway system, there continue to be occasions, there are days which are tough days. Yesterday was one of them. But overall service has dramatically improved. Doesn't mean that every single ride is on time or ideal, but service overall has dramatically improved, and it's kind of, you know, our reliable, credible news organizations that will help us to explain that to the public.
Can you just compare the price of the subway to other metropolitan areas and also just talk about the increases relative to other transportation systems increases?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've talked about a couple times today. I don't know the price of mass transit in every city off the top of my head, but I do know some of the increases that some of our other major urban transit systems are facing in the United States. Philadelphia is implementing a 20+% increase. New Jersey this year implemented a 15% increase, and they've committed to raising the fares every year by 3%. I know that Chicago is facing a huge deficit, which has become a political and financial crisis. We're not in that position because of what Governor Hochul did 2 years ago, which allows us to maintain this pattern of roughly 2% annual increases. We're just doing every second year.
Yeah, and just for the record, Jose Martinez's beloved Don Pepe's pizza slice up to $3.50 right now, all right? So we're way ahead of the subways. Let's go to Steve Nesson, who is expressing amazement that we'd be that far behind Don Pepe's. Steve from WNYC, Gotham, and On the Way newsletter. Steve.
I've seen slices for $7.50, so
yeah,
it's a crazy world.
Yeah.
Quick question, Jano, about the IBX. Yesterday you mentioned something that wasn't 100% clear to me, so I just want to clarify and maybe get you to expound a little bit. You said we also have to nail down a big chunk of the funding. It's not a secret. The project of this magnitude is going to look to Washington for support. Does that mean you're looking to Washington for financial support to support the IBX? And are you concerned, given the Trump administration pulling funding for places like California and other rail projects, that the IBX would not be looked on favorably by those folks?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there is a complicated discussion going on between, you know, major cities and Washington about many issues, and one of them is transit. But projects like the IBX take a while. Right now we have a fully funded design process, which is a huge step forward. It's going to take a couple years to complete. In the meantime, we're going to be putting together the elements of the funding plan, and that hopefully will, over time, include Washington.
All right, let's go to David Colon from Streets Blog. Dave?
Hi, Jana. That was the Streets Blog National Security Desk you were referencing at the beginning of your remarks today.
Yeah.
So thank you for shouting us out. I'm sure you would have done it if it was the Times. So now that you've commented on that, I guess I'd like to ask you, given the state of the mayor's race, we are definitely going to have a new mayor next year. And things got kind of rocky, bad, not happening on a lot of bus lane projects the longer the Adams administration's tenure went on. So I'm wondering how you're hoping to avoid anything like that with the next mayor, since we're definitely going to have a new mayor coming in.
Well, listen, we definitely hope that whoever is the next mayor will work with us more on the surface improvements that will allow buses to move more quickly. It's not a secret to you. You cover it all the time, that we struggled to get new bus lanes approved. And there are some other elements of the system that didn't move as quickly as maybe city law would dictate. But good news that wherever we've been in the past, that right now city DOT is supporting an important element of the fast bus agenda, which is that Flatbush Avenue plan north of Grand Army Plaza. And if that augurs, a movement in the direction of more aggressive implementation of all the surface bus improvements that we've been expecting, that's a good thing.
All right, Evan Simcoe Bednarski is right down there from the New York Daily News. Evan.
Hey, Jenna, how are you? So I understand that there's been a lot of work that's been done over the past couple of weeks at the Gun Hill Bus Depot to deal with the sewage situation there. I understand that they've run into a snag. I'm wondering if you can give us an update.
I cannot give you an update. You know more I suspect than I do. So here's Demetrius Critchlow.
So regrettably, this is a situation that we never want to have. But when you have a dated facility, we have to continue the investments. I mean, the capital program is invested in items like this to make sure that we don't get here. But we've been working directly with the union, having meetings on site with the contractor and consultants, and the team has been really engaged. I think we're making heavy progress. We had a little bit of a setback earlier this week, but we do see that we should have some forward movement in the near future.
All right, let's wrap the proceedings up today with Greg Mocker of Pix 11 News.
Thank you, Mr.
Greg.
Minton, Mr. Chairman. Could you address any Omni technical glitches? There were some this year, not batch kind of charges. Are they going to be? Are you confident in it being there for January?
This was a source of frustration for riders that Omni charges, tap and ride charges were appearing on their accounts or hitting their bank statement or their credit card late. And that was a source of frustration of the MTA too, because it diminishes confidence in this new system. None of the charges, Greg, were inaccurate, but they arrived late. And we got on Cubic and we're on them every day. Jesse Lazarus appears to be a very nice person, but you should see or talk to Cubic. And we're going to keep pounding on this contractor who has performed imperfectly, shall we say, understatement, to clear up the software challenges that we've encountered along this journey.
All right, thanks everybody. One more thing.
Yeah, John reminds me, as announced today, you can now track your actual charges on omni.info, and we're going to put all that information out so our riders know how to use that system to their advantage. Okay?
All right, thanks everybody. Thanks Jesse, Jamie, Demetrius, Jano, and good afternoon everybody from downtown Brooklyn. Thanks.